Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in. What's up, Oshik? So you're gonna stay? Sounds good. It's all good if you want to hop around. I don't mind. Mods on ads? I don't actually know, because yeah, I don't know. I'm not a mod, so... But hopefully, I mean, that'd be nice. Hey, Elite Stomper, what's up? Ryan, how's everyone doing? Yeah, welcome in. I am just catching up on some Starground stuff since we've been, you know, occupied this whole time. Oh yeah, the art. Yeah, I thought that was pretty epic. All the modeling. That's some cool stuff. Yeah. Where was that in again? Game dev and art, I think. Yeah. But yeah, I like the gun. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I read that they do have ads. Weird. I guess you just got lucky. I don't know. Oh yeah, I got that message request. Let me respond to this really quick. All right. But yeah, today we're gonna be working more on the game. I've got even more stuff in, so I'm gonna show you guys what that looks like now. I did a lot of like sound stuff. So I think it's shaping up. There's still a lot that we have to do, but we're getting to a point where it's not such a terrible thing if we don't get time to add the next parts. Because it's like we've got kind of the core, so like next stuff is mainly just additional polish type of stuff, right? But I'll show you guys what we got going on. Sorry, I'm just still sending a message. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, we gotta go put the the link. Final streaming day for my game. All right. Boom. Okay. So the jam goes on until like, for me, like 4 p.m. on Monday, tomorrow. So we've got like a day and... Actually, I think we just have one day now. Yeah, one day left. A full day. So... Yeah, I think I could get some stuff done. Let's go to the streaming view. Let me guys show you what I got going on. So things are going good. I messed with like, yeah, a lot of audio stuff. Well, you'll just see. Ignore that weird little loud thing at the beginning. I don't know what's going on with that. But here we are in game. I can't remember what you guys saw in the last last one. I enabled shadows, so there's like these cool suns coming through the window. I did some texturing stuff, and I got that all kind of set up with the walls and the wood. I think it looks okay. I don't know, it's tricky. I didn't really have a super solid plan going into the game, like, knowing what I wanted the, like, style to be, so, you know, it's fine. But yeah, we can shovel the coal. I think we're gonna change that footstep sound effect today. I do need to add effects for, like, when you grab the coal, the shovel and stuff, you know? But let's go ahead and, fill up the furnace. So you can start the train, you know, the usual stuff. And then we're just gonna wait for the water to run out. You guys will see what's going on with that. I'm gonna turn the desktop audio down because this game is really loud. We need to add in a slider for the volume, you know? So train is moving along. Once this runs out, you'll see some of the new stuff I added. So when the water fully runs out, it's gonna start a little bell, a little alarm that I recorded by hitting my water bottle. So we're out of water. And then now these things start to burst open, as you saw before. So I modeled it's like a little metal thing now. But yeah, you can go and repair them. It also does damage to the train now, as you can see up there. Our health is decreasing with all these holes. So I can go up to these and... Now the sound on the wrench needs to be changed. We can go around and fix these to stop your train from dying. I've also kind of got it set up so that, like, when an intense thing like that happens, it starts to kick up some drums in the background. Let's go fill up this so that it shuts up. Okay. Also change the water sound. It's better now. I changed the particles. Not yet. I need to do that, honestly. Because I do notice some lag when there's like a bunch of them active. So I'll put that in our list. I have a real list now for things I want to do. GPU particles for Steam. But yeah, it's coming along. I mean, I've got like things sort of almost ready in terms of just very core gameplay, right? I mean, like, our health drops now. We need to add like a game over screen that just shows like your total stats. But we're getting there. Right? We just need to add more like gameplay stuff too. I imagine this game, so it's gonna be kind of like a roguelite, or roguelike, because it'll reset. So there's kind of two ways that it's gonna be a roguelike in that sense. The first is gonna be through choosing which zone you go to next. So if you think about a game like Cult of the Lamb or something, select room or whatever, like the menu where you select the rooms, like this. It'd be something like this where you kind of like can choose which one you want to go to. I'm not going to go this involved with it and actually like make a whole generated tree, because that's just asking myself for problems. You know, there's no way I'm going to get it working in time, I think, so I'm not going to do that. But I'm just going to basically give the player like a couple options for what zone they want to go to next. And then on top of that, people will get to choose random cargo. And that's going to like, if they successfully deliver the cargo, they get like a bonus. But then if they don't, well then, yeah, then they die and lose the game. But the cargo will like, add like a negative modifier. So like if you're toward the end of the game or something and it's like things are getting really difficult, then you don't have to bring a cargo with you, you know, it's kind of like an optional thing. So yeah, so that's what we're gonna work on like today right now, is just adding in like little stations for that stuff, like for choosing your upgrade and then also like the next zone to go to. So let's check Discord. Let me go take a gander. Let's see here. I I don't know who anybody is because everyone's names are different. Are you Valdi on Discord? Oh, you're okay. In general. Let's see what's going on here. Oh my god. Crazy. Yeah. Grawl Online Classic. Multiple YouTube videos. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, 3 streams and 2 videos. That's crazy. Yeah, the player bean shadow. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna bother fixing the shadow because it's like, whatever. No one's really gonna notice. Yeah, I added in these little lanterns on the ceiling. I think those really help light up the area. I am gonna add some windows in here. Oh yeah, I probably could disable the player shadow. I kind of forgot about that. I think I can just apply material to the bean that doesn't cast shadows. Oh, it's just right here. Oh, it's there? Well then, frick. Instead of the lantern, I want to make it so it doesn't cast a shadow on the ceiling. There we go. Nice. Just because I always thought it looked weird with the pattern up there. Cool. Thank you for reminding me about that. But yeah. Let's just keep working on stuff. Let's try and get things sort of ready to go. I made like a data table in here for some of the different regions that people can go to. I just did some random ones. Foggy Valley, Forest, which is what we're in right now, Frozen Wastes in the Scorched Desert. So, yeah, you just hold space to jump to bunny hop, or you don't have to. But I'm a Minecraft player, so I'm gonna bunny hop. But yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to decide like whether I want the upgrade selection and next region selection to be in one. I don't know. One screen or not? I'm not sure about that. We'll have to draw out some ideas for exactly how that's gonna look. Less friction in the air. I mean, I think I'm moving at the same speed, because I think regardless of whether I'm on the ground or not, it's still lerping my position to 0. So like this is the same speed as just jumping up in the air, because there's no like friction on the character. So I don't think it's any different, but it just feels like it's better to jump. I don't know. It's just one of those things. But yeah. Hey, Adagon, what's up? How's it going? Thank you for that, Adrian. How's it going? I saw earlier I think the site was down, but I think you guys know. Because I was trying to log on and I was like, uh-oh, I can't get on. Won't log in. Oh, Crash, you're sleeping? Okay. Yeah, that's all good. Alright. Yeah, things are going good on the game. I'm just starting to... I think we're gonna integrate some of the more gameplay thingies, more roguelite aspects now. This is the little health UI thing I did. I also want to add some UI for like how many damage marks you have. Got a bunch of stuff pushed last night. Nice. I do want to check it out. Let me see if I can log in now. Oh, I'm already logged in. Okay. Man, only a day. Jams always move by so quick, you know, and then you're like, ah, I have no time. Hey, Brown Hounds, welcome in. Well, there, how's the game coming along? It's going good, yeah. It's feeling pretty good. We just need to keep working on the little bits and bobs and just spicing up gameplay with more things that happen. So that's the plan for today. What already shows this one here? Oh, is this one done? That was pretty quick. Well, maybe we'll check that one out. Seemed like the number of entrants went up, which is interesting. I guess some people joined in super late. Ah! Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, Cat Lady Simulator. Yeah, sorry about the flashbang. Didn't mean it. Let's see, is there new stuff in here? Oh, yeah. This is nice. I like how this looks now. Oh, yeah, there's like way more tags in here now. Whoa, there's way more. Holy crap, guys. For this stream tag, is that what I put that when I streamed it? Or is that just like, I don't know. Or is that like for a game that integrates with stream? Okay, stream's not supposed to be there? Okay. It's not really a bullet hell or anything like that. It's not a horror game, although it could be, but it's not. It's not really point and click. I don't know, how would I describe my game? Roguelike? I could also throw roguelite in there. I don't know if most people know the difference anyways. Simulation. It's not really a simulation game. It's an RPG. No. Let's update that. We're gonna achievements right now? Okay, nice. Alright, so let's add this screen or whatever we do. So let's decide how it's gonna sort of work though. I'm sorry, I'm going blind right now. Oh. Okay, we're good. So, I want like a screen where we can select the next region and stuff. Looks so much better than yesterday. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I've been working on like the lighting and all that kind of stuff, right? So, it's looking pretty good. It's also sounding way better. You know, there's like ambience and sounds that happen now. Sound stuff is really hard, but you know, it's fine. I also need to work on more music. Music is really hard. I did actually make a track last night, but I don't think it fits the game. It sounds too dramatic and sad. I think we just need to go with a happy little beat. I think like music that I think would fit is like the music for Autonauts or something, you know, just a quirky little jazzy beat. So I think that'd be good. So we'll work on that today probably. Okay, so I want some kind of screen like this where it'll like pop up with like these little cards or whatever. It's not a card game, but you know. And then it'll say like choose, you know, and then here's your options. So something like that, just for choosing the next region. And then I would like the ability to like get upgrades, right? So I'm still thinking about the upgrade system. I know initially we said it would be like a money thing, but I do worry about the extra complexity of having like a currency system and stuff, right? I do kind of like the idea of it just being a random thing that you select, like a random card. Because then it's kind of like I don't know, you gotta make a decision about what is best at this current moment in time. You know what I mean? Which I think is more interesting than just stockpiling your money and buying a bunch of stuff whenever you feel like it. So, yeah, and also a place to get upgrades. Yeah, I don't know if those will be separate menus or what, right? I guess they will be. So, yeah, dynamic music, it is going to be dynamic. It's already kind of hooked up to be, so. But yeah, we'll probably have another menu just like this that's choosing a card for the upgrade, right? So that's probably what we're gonna do. Now, the only thing is, like, since these are basically the same thing, we could just have this be in one UI instead of across two. You know what I mean? But, I don't know. Do we just want one little station here for choosing all your card stuff, or do we want to do it in, you know, multiple? And then also it's like, I guess I'll make it so you can't turn the lever until you choose your destination and stuff. Yeah. Maybe we'll have like some zones that are super difficult as like little challenge zones, so maybe you get 2 upgrades, but it's like really hard. We'll see. It's always really hard to balance game jam games, you know? I think sometimes it's honestly one of the hardest parts, because you don't really have that long to fully experience the game and like test things fully, you know? Because you're so down to the wire, it's like, okay, well, I gotta spend time to actually adding in content, so I don't really have a bunch of time to like test things. So with this kind of game, it might be a little tricky to like get things feeling right. Because also it's like, I have no idea the skill level of people playing this. You know, are they going to be as good at the game as I am? Probably not. So it's, I don't know. It's always tricky. It's never easy to. But we'll try our best. Yeah, we'll just have to, I don't know, experiment, play more. We'd like to add some rocks in the environment out here. I don't know if I'm gonna change the environment. I'm not sure yet. Like when you change your region. I mean, I'd love to, but it is a lot of work. So we'll see. Okay, so for that upgrade screen, I'm not exactly sure what I want it to look like. We're just gonna have to start modeling, I think. So let's go ahead and just create a new scene. It would be cool if it was like a little CRT screen kind of thing, right? Maybe. I don't know the aspect ratio of a CRT. Something like that looks about right, honestly. Just got invited to mentor a small game dev team in university. Yeah, nice. That's awesome. Well, congrats on that. What's up, Louie? How's it going? Okay, so I want a loop cut. Actually, let's do our beveling first. No, this looks like a microwave right now. Oh, why is it beveling those? Let me bevel. Don't want it to be that crazy of a curve. Okay. And then I think for these corners, I can just do bevel vertice. Oh god. Yeah. Let's go to like 0.1 or something. So now I can give the screen a texture. So I'll just call this one screen. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I forgot to say I know, it's all good. Alright, everything's gonna be like that. Let's do that. Okay. So that is our little screen. It's not gonna be very advanced or complicated, right? This is just quick and dirty. And then we're just gonna have like a big bench. Right, this is gonna be a table. It's just like the bounding main terminal, guys. For all my OGs out there. And then, let's see, we'll just... Wish I could just do insetting on the inside. Whatever, we'll just do this. Like that. And then we want to do... bounding main, yeah. Bounding main is gone. Extrude manifold. Let's just do it till it looks right. We'll go to about there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how, like, tall I want this bench to be or what. We'll have to figure out that part. Train, yes, yes, yes. Believe it or not, the game is about trains, guys. I know, I know, I know. Hard to believe, hard to believe. This looks like my desk. That'll work. This isn't a very advanced thing right now. This is just a stupid little thing. And let's just add a dumb little keyboard, I guess. I kind of want like a crate over here or something, you know what I'm saying? Oh god. And we do need an area for storing the cargo, so we're also going to do that. Right there. And let's just quickly do some quick insetting. 0.3. I wish there was like a key or something in Blender to just repeat my last modifier. Or my last like operation. Maybe there is, but I don't know. Okay, then we're gonna grab these, extrude, shrink on the Z. Just about right there. Grab these, extrude, shrink on the X. Right about there. Grab these, extrude, shrink on the Y. Check it out, it's a freaking crate. So this is gonna have metal, and then this one will be wood. So inside will be the wood. Okay. This one will be made out of wood. This one will be made out of plastic. Shift R, does that? Okay, cool. I'll try it out. Yeah, 3-key keyboard. We can do that. Like an old school dot matrix green bar printer. Yeah. That'd be pretty epic. Keyboard. Okay. So yeah, this is just gonna be a 3-key keyboard then. Or do I want it to be 2 keys? Now let's do Let's do 3 keys. So I can do that and then just say 2 cuts. Yeah. Then now we can do this. Let's see, I want to extrude each of these individually. So first we'll do this one at 0.15. You'll see why I'm doing them individually. Because now we can grab all these, set the origin point to local. Oh wait, no, individual origins. And we shrink them down. Looks like a chocolate bar or something. And we could go around and just do these ones. Just kind of extrude them up a little bit. There we go. And since I moved those up, I think I'm gonna move these up. Alright. That's pretty much it for that. We could add in some more decorations. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. We could do like a chair or something. But I don't know. We can always add more in later. I think we just... It's not centered. Just the whole table. It doesn't really matter if it's not centered or not. Or do you mean the keyboard? Scooch it over a little bit. Try to do the worst mug model. Alright, here we go. Actually, wait, before I'm gonna lower the, you know, the count. Let's go like 8. Okay, worst mug. And set the face to 0.2. Okay. Oops. Shade smooth. 45. Wow, would you look at that mug? 55? 60. Now let's go back to 50. Okay, what's the next part of a mug? Yeah, handle. Here, let's just do this. Oh god. Yeah, just keep it extruding along there. Then we're gonna inset. It's a terrible handle. It's okay though. Let's go like 0.2. 0.3, it'll be a thick handle. Now, I'm gonna do some stuff here, so we're gonna delete these faces. And then these points are gonna merge. Well, I guess they're just gonna copy the X and Y of these ones. Okay, so those ones are at 1. Makes it easy. Oops. X is 1, Z is 1. Oh. And these ones are at the weird one. So positive that and minus that. Okay. Now I can delete these faces. Alright, so now for the inside, we're just gonna do those. And I guess I also need to fix these faces then. I'm probably doing this in a stupid way, but whatever. You know, who cares? I feel like I have more geometry here than I should or something. Some of these lines look dark. Okay, that didn't create a face for some reason. Very old. This mug is so cool, isn't it, guys? Let's do this. Oh, yeah. What are those lines? I mean, you see what I'm seeing, right? What's going on here? I mean, I'm pretty sure I did it okay. Oh, is this because I'm on... No? Yeah, I'm messing something up here. Seems okay. I don't know why. It seems like there's more than... But there's not. Ah, whatever. This is a stupid mug. It doesn't matter. Okay, then we're just gonna grab these and... Oops, not that one. Not that one either. Frick. Do a little bit of a bevel. Now in this one we can say, what do we want to do here? Or we actually don't need to do that. Why is it still on vertices? There we go. Okay, what is going on? Do I have to do these separately? Okay, that top one just doesn't work at all for some reason. This is the worst mug ever. Yeah, maybe I should just do two separate pieces at this point and use a Bezier curve. Undoing. Okay. Curve. Bezier. Alright. There we go. Turn that one around. Move it in. Move it down. There we go. Let's just go to right underneath that origin point, yeah. Now we just say boom, geometry, boom. Don't know why I overcomplicated it before. I think this is better. Yeah. Look, guys, it's a frickin' mug. Yeah. Object, convert to mesh, merge them. Deep rocks, yeah. Shrink it down. I don't know how big we want it to be. Let me shrink it down a little bit more. I would add an epic logo or something on it, but I got better things to do right now. So we're not going to do that, but you know, it's okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this as computer. Need a mouse? Nah, there's just 3 buttons. We don't need a mouse. Maybe I can add a mouse, but let's throw it into the game. Re-importing. Re-importing. Oh, okay, we're good. I always forget to delete the camera and the light in here. Classic blunder. Alright. Here's our freaking computer, guys. Yeah. So, this is gonna be... I know, flashbang. Let's go back into here. So this is gonna be a root type of a static body 3D. Okay. Let's give it a collision shape. Okay. Right there. Here, right there. And why not let people jump on it? No, let's... yeah. Okay. This is going to have a collision shape of layer 3 and layer 1. Because it's going to be a collider. Save this as computer. This is going to be of type interactable. Then on interact, it's going to do some stuff here. So we'll figure that out. And then function check interact. We don't really need that because it's just always going to be true. Okay, so whenever you click on it, we're going to like zoom in the camera so it locks in on a little screen in here. So I think the way to do this is just to create a sub viewport. Not a sub viewport. Is that what I want? No, I want like a node in here so that we can have like a canvas in 3D space. I actually don't know how I'm going to do this. We can mess with the canvas. We can say that. How can I do this? I tried to look into it of how you would create a 3D. You know what I mean? Do 3D UI and 3D space. Canvas texture to a sprite 2D. That could work. Yeah, sprite 3D. I think that could work. And then texture can be a viewport texture. Yeah. And then we can create a new viewport. And then say it's that one. Yeah, look at that. 2D pilled, yeah. Okay. So now this sub viewport is basically going to be our canvas layer. And we should be able to add like a button onto here. I'll just say yellow. Whoa. Okay, so yeah, that works. We just have to modify this. The sprite. Shift it around. Get it on the screen. Okay, so it's way too, like, big. And then let's also modify the vertical size of this. Oh, this really should just be 1920 by 1080. Ooh. Okay. A little bit less. 0.12. 0.125. 0.126. Okay. And then this should be just a little bit taller. So we're gonna go with a custom resolution for this. Right there. 1920 by 1340. Cool. All right, so there's our screen. So you move it ever so slightly to the right. There we go. So now we can modify this, right? We can make our epic button. So with this, we're gonna just have a margin container, and that's gonna have an H box. And we're also gonna have a V box on that. So add a label in there. And this label is just gonna say choose one. I wish I could see what was in the viewport here. I mean, I can just see here, but it's kind of annoying. Font sizes, let's make it pretty large. 96, 128. Yeah. Because I can't see, like, where these things are, you know? Like, the margin, I have no idea what's going on. But it's fine, I guess. We'll figure it out. And then inside of there is where in our H box we're gonna have our buttons. And this is gonna be option 1. So these are gonna be on expand mode. I'm actually gonna make that a margin, I think. Could you export the UV and use that? I'd probably have to write a shader to do that. So that would be kind of complicated, I think. Yeah. Would be cool though. So why is this not working? It's on expand. I can't set this to fill for some reason. Oh, it's because this is not on expand. There we go. So it looks like our margin on the bottom is not enough or something. Is our sub viewport like actually doing that? Hold on, I think it's, oh yeah. Okay, so let's decrease the vertical height a little bit here. 1200. Okay, that's too low, but just so we can position it. I think we can get a little closer. Oh, there we go. So not 1200. Let's go just a little touch more. Right there. Okay. Have you seen the message on Discord? I have not. Oh, that's the mug. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is the Deep Rock mug, so everyone has context. It's kind of funny how low poly it is. So how this UI is going to work is essentially it's just going to zoom in on here like that. So then you select which one. I think that'll work. It'll be fine, right, guys? I don't know if I could actually like select the things on here. I have no idea. I'll have to figure that out. Let's increase the left and right margins to like 75 or something. Choose one. Okay. Yeah, I think this will work. I'll just make the screen big enough so it doesn't look weird in game, probably. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure it out. Does it look stupid? Nah, it'll be fine. Let's also add a color rec to the background. And this is just gonna be full rect. All right, so we have to decide what these will actually like be now, you know. So these buttons have to be selectable. I would like to do an actual button, but I don't think they expand vertically, which is kind of an issue because they need to. Or was it just because I had, oh, they do. Never mind. So, yeah, we're gonna do that then. We'll just get it working with this one. Option 1. That text is so tiny. Hey, welcome in. I'm actually not working on Starground today. This is our Game Jam game. So this is for the Down2Jam Game Jam. We're currently just adding in like a little terminal so you can select what environment you want to go to. I think for the region, I might go ahead and just do 2 options. Because I think 3 might be too many, especially if you're just starting out. So, yeah. Okay, so on interact. Now I'm gonna need to figure out how I can like, you know, can I like set another camera and then set that one to be the active camera? Like, would that one work? Would that work? I think I can just say current, right? Dot current is true. Does that work? We're gonna go try and put that into the game, I think. So let's put the computer in. It's maybe definitely way too big, but it's okay. For now. Let's see. Does this needle rotate to the right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll just do it here. I just want to see what happens with this. I know it's enormous and doesn't fit, but that's not what I'm wondering about right now. That's a big computer. Okay, so then with this camera, essentially what I should be able to do is just frame it to like where I want. And then, yeah. I could even go orthographic mode on this. But I don't think I can change the orthographic value. So that doesn't really help then. Size? Oh. Let's go perspective. Let's lower the FOV quite a bit. Just get it centered. Like that. Why is my camera orthographic? Okay. I do like the look of a nice orthographic game, but this is not that game. Oh, I had to say current is false. Okay, so then I can go to the computer. I know it's big, and click it, and now we're in the UI. Cool. I have to disable the player UI or something, or make it so it's not, you know, flashing here, but yeah. All right, we're gonna need another variable inside the player that's like var in computer, right? So that when we interact with this, I can set it on the player. So I'm gonna say entity.inComputer is true. And then I'm gonna have a function that's exit, so entity.inComputer is false. camera 3D.current is false. All right. So now I can go ahead and say exit again. So when I interact, I'll just say entity.computer is equal to self. Then entity.computer is equal to null. So this will be var computer is null. So essentially, if it's null, then we know that we're in a computer, or what, you know, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. So when we're inside of there, I do want to disable stuff down in here, like the movement, camera rotation and stuff. Actually, I can just say paused is true inside of here. So I'll just say entity.paused is true. So now in player, if we hit escape or the pause button, if computer, otherwise do all this stuff. Computer.exit self. Let's try it out. First off, though, let's go ahead and shrink everything. This is too big. Oh no. Oh yeah. Medium point, I think, is what we want. Yeah. This should probably be like half the size, you know. And also just the origin stuff is weird. Let's push it up to there and then say well, none of this has an origin, so whatever. Okay. Let's go check the computer. Yeah, it's gonna be a little off now. That feels like a pretty good size. Maybe too small. I don't know. Maybe a little bit too small. Let's really quickly just load into the game and see what it's like. Just so we can gauge what we need to set it to. Nah, actually, I think that's a pretty good size. Maybe even a little tall. But I kind of want it to be big. I think, let's do this. Let's just go ahead and, like, move the computer down. I don't want to make things smaller, you know. Let's just go, and then move all this stuff down. And I think I want to make the screen bigger, so we're going to do that. So I'm just going to do... Oh yeah, I have to apply scale. Shift Z... Or no, I need to do... Size, Shift X. There we go. I want the screen to be pretty large so that's easy to see, you know? Especially at like a distance. Alright, let's give that a try. Oh, importing assets. Okay. No, I think that'll be good. Now we have to readjust all this stuff. Right there. I actually kind of like having the little border because it looks like old TVs and stuff that have that little plastic border. If you know what I'm talking about. But I don't know. Nah, let's not do it. Okay, let's up the scale just a tad. 6. Oh, shoot. 0.09 seems pretty good. Seems about perfect, actually. And then we're probably gonna have to readjust the camera. Yeah. Diegetic UI. Is this diegetic? I mean, I guess it is. Or non-diegetic? No, this would be diegetic, right? Because it's real. I mean, it's kind of diegetic. It's... I guess it is. I guess you would classify it. I do love that I can go into this view in Godot. Very good stuff. Yeah, it would be diegetic because it is a physical thing in the world, so it makes sense. Alright. Computer should be good to go. Let's just go confirm, though. And I think we can interact with it. I don't actually know. Could be an issue, I guess. Yeah, it feels fine. Oh, I had to make it so that the cursor is uncaptured. Honestly, on set pause, I think I'm just gonna have another thing in here that's like, show pause menu is true. Right, so if show pause menu. Otherwise, I want it to not do that, you know what I mean? So now in here, when I go to the computer, entity.set paused, true, and say false on that. Then here we say false and false. Just that the pause menu doesn't show up. Because I think that might be our issue right now. Oh, this is called set pause, not paused. Let's try that. Man, it's already been an hour. Maybe a day isn't as much time as I thought. So, okay, for some reason we paused the game again. I don't know how that even happened. I can't seem to click on the menu. So maybe there's a way that I can do that. Oh, what is this? World 3D? I don't know. By the first parent viewport. Huh. So is there a way I could make it so I can actually like use it? Object picker, scaling 3D. Maybe don't add handle input locally. But it doesn't work, so I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about that. I don't know why it doesn't work. I guess it's just because I'm not... Like, can I set this to be active or something? Okay, thank you for that link. It's got another web feedback. My favorite suggestion. Can you add multiplayer? Oh, yeah. That's a classic. Oh, God. Should use an area 3D that acts as an interface between the main viewport and your sub viewport. Set to use it. Yeah, I don't really want to do that. Yeah, it's only drag and drop multiplayer component, yeah. So driven, yes, again, yeah. Yeah, people always leave stupid feedback like that, right? That's just like, do this thing that I want. That's not possible. You know, well, it's possible, but not feasible. Okay, you know what we're gonna do, guys? I hate to do it, okay? But we're, just gonna do this. I don't know why I made it stupid, if I'm being honest. So yeah. We're just gonna have the UI open on your screen. Because that's probably better. Alright. I know it's not cool diegetic UI, but, you know, it's just not worth it. So why is this smaller than that? Oh, stupid. Looks like we got an ad going on in 1 second. My apologies. Talk about not possible things. Can I somehow click 2 overlapping buttons? In Godot, or yeah, like where? Okay, now we gotta fix the font sizes on this stuff. Let's go back to like 32 or something. Yeah, in Godot. I don't think you can, but you could just like connect the signal to one button so that if you click that button, it forces the other one to click, or yeah, you could change the mouse filter to pass, but I think to click a button, you have to have it on stop. So yeah, I don't think it's possible. So yeah, we got ads now. God dang it. Hold on, wait for the ads. Ugh. Let's see, 500-ish, that's fine. So I'm just gonna call that, okay, yeah, we already called it computer. Where did I do it in? Oh, I did it in there. I guess that's fine. So 500. Maybe we go up to 600. I want this to be wider probably than it is tall, you know? Not that short. We'll mess around with that. Ugh. Okay. All right, ads are over. My apologies to everyone. Anyways. Quick and easy fix for moving to Unity. Oh, man. Yeah, I think connecting up a signal will probably work, because you can just say on pressed and then right here and connect that to the other button and then just run a function from that button on the other button. So I guess that's the way I would do it. I don't know what, I mean, like what, why do you need to click 2 buttons at the same time? Because that's a pretty specific thing. All right, we're gonna look at some shaders here. So we are allowed to use shaders from people, thank God. Because it would be so hard if we couldn't. I do actually like this shader. There's a cool little shader. Assign a script. Okay. So I think it'd be cool. Let's give it a try. Do I have a thing that checks for like when it's clicked? I guess. I want to click on one button to type mouse entered on another. Okay. Interesting. So basically like clicking two buttons at the same time kind of thing. I mean, yeah, you could just do that. So you could just connect mouse entered to the other button and then just say mouse entered dot emit on that one so that whenever this signal gets called on the first button, it also gets called on the other one. If that's kind of what you're looking for. That should work, I think. Okay, so let's just add in a sprite. Actually, really a texture rect. Alright, so this texture rect, let's give it a quick little texture here. That one, because why not? Then we're going to add a new shader material. This will be, what are we calling this one? Perspective. And then we just paste that in there. Alright, so, and then this also needs some code, I think. I'm just gonna call this computer button. It's got all this stuff here. Awesome. We're gonna have to fix all this code. Invalid character, huh? Ugh, this sucks. Oh, God. Oh, stupid quotations. Ooh. Okay, all this goes into here, though. Oh, God, but I don't know, like, what part goes to what. If this is just formatted in the worst way possible. You know? Ugh. I'm just gonna assume it all goes in here, I guess. Oh. What do you mean invalid character? I'm going crazy. Maybe we'll do a different shader here, because... Oh my god. Yeah, let's do this one instead. Let's do this... Oh... Oh, with this one I don't need any code. Cool. Just modify the shader and we're good to go. As long as the rectangle size equals the size of the texture. And he's saying if that isn't the case, I can do the following change. Oh, it redefines pi. Silly shader. Okay, that's where he's doing it, I presume. Or is he just pasting this in here? Okay, so he is commenting this one out and that one instead. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's just do this one for now and see what it looks like. See if it works. Well, it's not going to work until I go in game, probably. Let's go try it out. Oh. Okay, well, it doesn't work. I'm not sure why. Let's see what other effects there are in here. Balatro card hover. I mean, this is what I want. So... Oh my god. Oh god. Why does this have to be so dumb? Okay. We'll try it. There's also errors in his code. Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. That wasn't his code. There's old stuff in there that's not supposed to be there. Okay, and then he also has a bunch of code in here. But at least he actually formatted it as a code snippet, so it's not stupid. So thank God for that. I think we can just do it as a texture rack that doesn't necessarily have to be a button. So let's restart and see what happens. Position. Why does he do self on all this stuff? Oh. Why does he do self on everything? This is stupid. Whatever. Okay, so what's going on now? So... I can't find position. This texture rec doesn't have position. On a base type of... Okay, I'm just gonna do this. This is super stupid. We're gonna replace self with nothing. Because why is he using self? Okay, let's try that. I'm getting fed up, guys. This will be our last attempt here. If it doesn't work, then... Why does position not exist? What do you mean, man? There is position. On a base object of type null, it doesn't make any sense because it's itself. Itself can't be null. I swear to God, guys. Is it just because of like the position stuff? Because it needs to be able to modify its own position? So like if I just move it straight up to the canvas layer, will it work? Guys. What? Position? Oh, is normal dot position? Is that our issue right now? Is that there's no such thing as normal? Okay. So what does normal need to be then? Look at the screenshots. Cool. I just want a 3D hover canvas item. That's all I desire. Yeah, this is too stupid. Too much code. Let's try this shader. See if it works. And then all I'm gonna say is just material.set shader parameter. And we are setting the mouse position. That's what it is, right? It's underscore mouse pause. Oh, dear God. And we're just gonna set it to global or get global mouse position. This better work, this better work, this better work. Let's give it a try. Oh, God. Okay, it kind of works, but for some reason it's like stretching on the bottom. So why on earth is it doing that? Okay, so it looks like that position needs to be relative to its own position. So then get local mouse position. Yeah, it's better. But why does it have that little stretchy bit on the bottom? What's happening here? God dang it. Is it just because it needs to be the same size as the texture rect? I guess so. Oh God, it's all sorts of messed up, isn't it? Man. Why does it have to be dumb? This seems stupid. I wanted to like that one, but it didn't work. We can try this one, I guess. Okay, so he just combines regional pseudo 3D. Does this one just work, or do you need mouse position? Looks like you just modify the rotation. Let's see what this does. Global. So mouse screen position does work. But it's just invisible on here, so I don't think it's actually working. Oh boy. Okay, so let's do this. Save that, and then for the size on this, instead of how we're doing it, just make it shrink. There we go. And then this is going to be local mouse position plus a vector 2. Size.x, size.y. And then divided by 2.0. Let's see what this looks like now. Sorry guys, I'm going crazy. Oh, we have to do minus, I guess? Whoa. Alright, so it does work now, thank God. But I think I am going to change this into a button now. Hopefully it still works as a button. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Back to texture rect. I think we do this. We make a button. Put the texture rec as a child of the button. Or we just make our own kind of button, honestly. Yeah. That's sort of what I'm leaning toward right now, because I'm getting fed up. So, we're just going to say on mouse entered. And to ourselves. And we can also just say function input. So if event is input event mouse button, if event dot button index is 0, then we're going to say print clicked. And then on mouse entered and mouse exited, we're going to change the color. Let's hope that works. Try again. Okay. Now it's gone. Awesome. Oh, it doesn't have a texture assigned. So it doesn't seem to want to work with the mouse entered stuff. I'm going crazy. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and make it so the computer UI is invisible. And then inside of the computer, when we interact, I'm gonna say entity dot get node. Visible is true. Let's try this. Just so I don't have the pause menu, because maybe the pause menu is taking the cursor focus or something. Ugh. Okay, so why doesn't that work now? Cool. Null value. Awesome. Oh, it's because I have a freaking $sign in there. Okay, we're getting there. So none of the mouse stuff, though, that I got set up works. I mean, maybe I'm just doing it wrong. So you have mouse entered and exited, and then the input event. I have the mouse filter to stop. Any of you guys know why this is happening? Just gonna print in here. Oh. Okay, so it is receiving inputs. Which is what I find very odd. Is button index 1? Maybe that's our issue. No. I'm just gonna print what it is. 2 ways, I can tell. Okay, so it is detecting clicks. That's what's so freaking confusing about this. Let's just do this. If input.is action just pressed UI select and print. And in here, we're gonna say, bar hovered is false. Hovered is true. And here, hovered is false. And hovered. Let's try that. Restart the game. Pretty sure there's an enum for mouse button index. Okay. Yeah, that could be the issue. I just want to see if this is working. See, it doesn't do the mouse entered signal like at all. Right? And I'm not sure why that is. Alright. What's up with that? Why is it doing that? It's just like mouse enter just doesn't work. It's not occluded behind other controls. It's at the very bottom, so it should be working. Is it because this thing has mouse on... No, it's on pass. Oh boy. Well, let's just try function input again, I guess. But see, then how do I know when the mouse has exited the button? This is the issue. I need this to work. I need mouse entered to work, but it doesn't seem to be working. Let's do that. Oh, it is working. It's just that this isn't working. Okay. So what is UI select? Let's go see what we got going on here. Okay, it's not UI select. I need filter by event. Okay, there's no action for excuse me, for left click. So I'm just gonna make a new one. So I can't take it anymore. Left mouse button. So the modulate doesn't seem to be working. It's probably because of our shader. I think it's easy to fix that. I think we just have to say something in here. Say color times original color. So then now I can say varying float original color. This will actually be a vec4. And then down here in vertex, I can go ahead and say original color is equal to color. And then down here it should work, I think. Let's try it though. There we go. Now it'll get highlighted when we mouse over it. Okay. And then it's printing out the thing, so it is working now. Cool. All right. Well, that's basically all those problems solved then. One last thing is that it's the mouse position here is it's getting too far away and it just kind of flips over, so I need to change that. I need to basically just clamp the mouse position, I think. Wonder how I can do that. Or I guess I could just divide the local mouse position. No, that doesn't work. Oh, it's probably I just need to divide all this. Let's try that. There we go. So now it's not as extreme, right? I can like choose its strength. Which is good. See, there we go. That's what I want. Maybe a little stronger, though. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think we're okay now. I don't know when the pause menu still shows up. I think it's because we're inside of the computer menu, so I need to make it so that only appears if... Let's do some stuff in here. So I'm going to say computer.exit, and then I'm also going to say that.visible is false. And for our pause thing, for losing focus, if not computer. Okay, so let's try that out. So it shouldn't open up the pause menu if we're already in the computer menu, because, you know, why would it? Let's try it out. Okay, so yeah, I can press escape to leave. It's funny, you can see the pill. I think I might get rid of this camera view thing now for the computer. We'll see, I'm not sure. But yeah, see, now when we're in here and we mouse out of the game, it doesn't matter anymore. Okay. Cool stuff. All right. Still getting some minor lag. I am gonna take a closer look at performance stuff as we get closer to the end. I'm just not gonna do it right now because, you know, I have bigger fish to fry, but yeah, so we don't really need it to like do that whole camera thing anymore. So, oops. But what I can do is make it so that the FOV of our camera changes. Set our target FOV, you know? If not, computer. If computer. I guess I'll just do that inside of here. I'll just say entity dot target FOV is. I'll just make it really high, like 120 or something. So it's like you kind of go into the computer, if that makes sense. We'll see what that looks like. I don't know if that's actually a good idea or not, but. Oh, 120 is zoomed out. Let's go down to 70. There we go. Yeah, I like that. I like how that is, because it's like just a little bit of a zoom in, and we still have the nice UI. It doesn't like look stupid. I think it'll be fine. And then when there's like something ready on the computer, you have to select something. I'll probably make it like light up white, you know, so like it's glowing, like there's a notification or something. So yeah. Coal. So now you can go to your screen, choose which like region you want to go to and stuff. This looks really good. Well, thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. Coming along. It still needs a lot of work, but it's getting there for sure. I think, will this scale? Okay, it does scale. It just won't scale with the size of this little box, which isn't a big deal. I do actually have it set up already to where the game will scale to different resolutions. So that's kind of nice. It's honestly really easy to do in 3D. With 2D, sometimes you have to do like some weird shenanigans to get that working right. But, oh, we're out of water. I don't know where my bucket is. That's old Jover. We need to fix that sound. That sound is terrible. Okay. I guess the only thing is that for some reason this UI is like clipping on the top one. I think it's just because I have a maximum vertical height set. I don't think it matters when I increase the horizontal size of the window. I don't know. We'll mess with that. There might be a way to change that behavior a little bit, but it seems fine. Okay. Oh my god. I'm out of water again. I'm out of coal. Water in just a second here. I'm starting to like learn better like the strats, because it's like you don't want to ever leave your shovel near the furnace if it's empty, right? You want to like on your way back to fill up your water, bring the shovel with you. You know what I mean? Let's grab a little bit more coal. Let's get this freaking checkpoint done. We did it. We made it. Okay. So anyways, I think we can probably start hooking up like the regions and all that stuff in the cargo. Nice game, Olivia. I appreciate it. I got a sleepy wave. I got hit with the sleepy wave. I didn't get very much sleep last night. I went to bed at like 11 a.m. And then woke up at like 2:30, so that's not that much sleep. Hey, Retro Spark, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Oh yeah, I need to fix that issue with the water. Sometimes it'll go past the allowed amount. I just need to go into the water box and change the script in there. Because I have it set up, I think, in the old stupid method, yeah. We just have to say manager.water levels equal to clamp F that plus 10, clamp it to 0. I'll keep this in terms of floats. And global.manager maximum water level. So that's why I do all the if statements if you can do it on one line. It's going well, nice. Game's looking good. Thank you, yeah. I think it's coming along. Once we get this like menu set up, that'll really add a lot of like gameplay, you know? Being able to select the regions and like picking your battles. How broken would balance be if the player could throw items? I actually initially had it set up to where the player did throw items, but for some reason, I'm probably just doing it wrong, but it would like violently rotate the item when you throw it. I do want to be able to throw them because I think it's kind of fun. Because you can be like, okay, whoosh, throw the shovel over there and do it, you know, it's fun. We can try and get that working again. I'm just not sure like what's wrong, what I did wrong with it, you know? Because I have this drop function. So I know I can say held item dot like impulse something. When is greater than balance, yeah. I do want to do it. I didn't necessarily do it out of balance, or I got rid of it out of balance just because it didn't work. Integrate forces. So it's this apply impulse force, I think. So held item apply impulse. And then the position. So this will be a vector 3, and then just from global position. It just never seemed to work, though. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. You know, so Z would be like -1 because we wanted to go forward or something. So I would just do that. And then when I pick up something... See, you can see what it's doing. It's just violently spinning the item around. You know? I don't know why it's doing that. Because it shouldn't be. I mean, maybe I need to try a different axis. Like, maybe the Y. Nope, it just spins it around that way, too. Right, so I'm not sure what I need to do. And that one actually doesn't seem to spin it for some reason. But also at the same time, it's not working, so... Oh. That actually kind of worked. It went backwards, but now what we can do is say that dot rotated towards the, you know, rotation dot Y. Why does rotated need 2? Oh yeah, the axis. So 0, 1, 0, I think, for the axis. I don't know if that's gonna rotate it right. We'll see. No, see, and then now it starts doing the spinning thing again, which is so annoying. I don't know how to fix that. Okay, bucket is gone. Cool. Oh, it's over there? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I can try. I don't think it'll... I mean, you'd think that would be correct, but it just spins around, right? And I think as a -1 is front, that needs to be -10. Right, so that does work. It means I can throw things, but for some reason, they spin violently. And I want to fix that spinning rotation stuff because it's annoying. I mean, maybe what I can do is this. I apply the impulse and then I set the angular velocity to 0. Right? Maybe that'll fix it. Oh. There we go. Okay. No, that works. So I just had to set the angular velocity back to 0. Okay, that's fun. See, I do like being able to throw them because I can be like, okay, grab the water, throw it back over there, you know. Now, one thing I do want to do is rotate it, like on the vertical for when, like, for the camera rotation. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that because I'm rotating it that way. I guess I just add another dot rotated, and this time instead of being on the y-axis, it's gonna be on the x-axis, I think. And this now will be camera 3D dot rotation dot x, I think. Let's try that. Doesn't seem to do much. Let's so it's probably not rotation X, maybe it's Y. Doesn't seem to be working. It's an offset from the object origin and it's causing the torque. Oh yeah. Well, but then it doesn't know like where the force is coming from then, right? I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm probably going to set the angular velocity to 0 anyways, just so that when you're like spinning around or something, it doesn't make the item spin. So yeah. But this doesn't seem to be working with the camera stuff. I think. Did that just go straight up? No. Let's go see how the camera's rotating. Okay. So we are indeed using camera rotation X. So I'm not sure why that doesn't work then. Maybe that needs to be negative or something. Or maybe we just need to change that to... something else? Whoa. Okay. Okay, well, not that one. That's the y-axis. Maybe it needs to be the z-axis. No, because that'll affect its... Oh, wait. Uh-oh. Okay, I may have to fix that. So when I look down, is it going up? It's almost behaving how I want. Oh, I think it might be working. But it's kind of not. Like when I look up, it like does like a weird thing. We're almost there, I think. Maybe that just needs to be -1. Oh. It's weird. It's like almost works. So when I go up, it does go up. I need to make it so the ceiling has collision now. Okay, I think it's working. It's hard to tell, but... And yeah, you said what's the mass of the objects? Can I set mass on these? I guess I can. I don't actually know what they are. They're all just 1 kilogram. I don't think that necessarily matters unless we're doing object on object collision. See, why does it do that though? Like it just kind of stops. I mean, I only lowered it a little bit. Went to -5 instead of -10. Is it that big of a difference? See, now it doesn't work. But it works over here? Okay, so that's an issue. As you can see, when I look this direction, it doesn't work, but when I look this direction, it does. So something else is wrong. So this one's rotating on the y-axis. And this one should be rotating on... So if it's rotating on the z-axis, that's not right. It should be the x-axis. But it just seems really janky. I think it might be working. It's hard to tell. I mean, does that need to be negative? I never know anymore. It almost it seems like looking down makes it go higher up. I don't know. I wish I could just get a vector of like where something is or the rotation of something and just say that's your velocity now, you know? It's frustrating how I have to do it. I mean, maybe what I can do is, let's try a whole different approach. Held item dot apply impulse. And then position. So we could say maybe just get the camera rotation as our vector. And we'll probably want to multiply that. Times 10 or something. Oh. Okay. That doesn't really seem to work. Because it just... Yeah. Dang it. I feel like we're close, you know? For some reason, looking down makes it go to the side really fast. I don't know. This is hard. Can I get the direction to a point? Dot vector 2, right? Let's see what we can do with a 3D vector. Because there's angle 2, distance to, direction 2, I think is kind of what I want. And then I can just say direction to, like, my ray cast. Right? Or something like that. Or to my hand. That's not what I want. I mean, I could just add another node on here really quick just to see if this would do what I want. Hey, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So I can just call this one throw target. Then I can say that dot direction to throw target dot global position. So it'll always get like a vector pointing to what's in front of the camera. I don't know if that'll actually work, but let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, we have to restart the game. Then I can multiply that by speed. Maybe. Let's do times 5 to start out. Okay. So far, so good. What about down? Down seems to work. Up. Okay. I think I was just overcomplicating the problem. I mean, yeah, all we have to do is just get a direction of what we're looking in. And then we can just set the velocity to that direction, right? So I think we're good now. Yeah. So now we can add like different effects and all that. I'm also increasing the position here, but I don't think I need to do that anymore. Because now I can just, yeah, throw it straight from where it is. And what I could do just to adjust for that is like probably increase the throw power. So we could try at 15 power. It slides a lot. I still have to fix the ceiling business, you know? So we'll do that. I think what I need to do is just make it so... Like, set that to a reasonable level. Like, let's try 8. But then I can say... Direction 2 plus... Vector 3. Thank you, Ryan. And then this will just let me set the vertical speed to be a little bit higher. So let's give it, you know, 4 vertical speed. So now when I throw something, it should kind of go in an arc. That's not coming back, is it? Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, it's because I'm already multiplying by 8. Stupid. There we go. Let's try that. Okay, so now I can set this to like 4. There we go. So it just gives it like a little bit of an upwards toss. Just so that when you throw something, it doesn't just slide across the ground, you know? It throws it up. Now I can throw things wherever I want. Cool. We are indeed throwing, yeah. Seems to be working just fine. I need to add collision to this object. Can throw things into the furnace now if we want. Uh-oh. Don't throw things into the furnace. Because you can't get them again. Okay, I can get the shovel. I'm gonna have to... I think what I'll do is add colliders. Just add a physical collider onto the furnace so you can't throw tools in there. I did to look for all those cases now of like, you know, making sure that you don't soft lock the game because you threw your tool away. I've also thought about like, maybe having like a check for that or like some way to reset your active tools. I also kind of feel like the gravity is too low. Do you guys feel like that? Can I increase the vertical gravity? Yeah. So I kind of want to up our gravity a little bit. I don't know. I don't think that'll apply live, but let's try. Yeah, so I don't think you can throw it outside the train. If you throw it upwards, maybe you can get it over the collision box on the side. So it's possible, but yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, it feels a little bit better at the higher gravity, I think. Not as floaty, maybe? Maybe let's go even more, honestly. I know that it's not realistic, but... it'll be fine. Let's see what that's like, though. It just feels better. Yeah. Ooh. They got it stuck in there. That's crazy. Cool. So, yeah, you can throw things up then. We, of course, have to add sounds for throwing things up. Yeah, so I think maybe you could, if you got onto the computer or something... No, you can't get up there. I'm trying to throw it out of the world. Because you can't throw it out here. I mean, you can throw it, but it just sits there, you know? Which I need to fix the collision here. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to throw it out of the building, so it's probably a good thing. But yeah, don't throw it into the furnace, though. Because then you can't access it. If you get it right, you know? Yeah, like that, I'm screwed. So yeah, don't do that. Okay. But no, that's fun. I wanted to add like a throwing mechanic. I just couldn't figure it out. But it looks like we're good. See, so if you look down, you just drop it, but then if you look like at an arc, you know, then it throws it. So I think that's fun. So let's add in some sounds and stuff for all those things, I think. Let's just record a quick little throw sound. Yeah, I can make a collision box for just the tools. It's pretty easy, just to prevent them from going in there. So that's what I'm gonna do. So what kind of sound do we want? Just one of those will work. I kind of like that one. Let's go in here and do stuff. Okay. That'll work, I think. Yeah, Larry's in Masks, my beloved, exactly. Now let's do this. Default out. That's all we need. Just a super basic effect. Export that as throw. Okay. So now we can just play a little sound in here on the player. Easy enough. Audio stream player. Throw. Also, something that I realized you can do in Godot, which is kind of awesome, is you can go into import and you can normalize audio in Godot. I didn't realize you could do that. So I'm kind of happy I discovered that. It's kind of nice. So there's our throw sound. We'll definitely make that quieter, you know, minus 15 or something. Bus on sounds, and that's pretty much it. Then we're just gonna say drop item, throw dot play, and throw dot pitch scale is randf range. 175, 1.25. Oops. Well, is it 125? That would have been bad. I don't actually. I'm pretty sure it's just yeah, like audio volume gain. I don't think it's EQ normalizing. I kind of know how to make music, I guess. I need to. I do need to make a track for the game. I'm gonna kind of, just to make it more interesting, so I don't have to make any. I can just make one track. I'm going to just make one and do like dynamic music, you know what I mean? So I think it'd be funny if when these objects hit something, it made like an anvil noise, you know? Just a dong. Would be kind of fun, but I can probably randomize that pitch range a little bit more. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, okay, we're good. All right. So that's working. I would love to do the little hit sound, but I don't know if I really have time right now. Let's go find the footstep sound because I think it's too loud. I don't remember where that is. I don't even know. That's the train noise. This is the... That's the water. Yeah, I don't know where the footstep sound is. Maybe I did... I think I did the footstep sound not in here, so we're gonna do it again, probably. Yeah, I just think the footstep sound in game right now is way too heavy. You know, it sounds like I'm stomping, like as hard as I can. So I just want to make it a little more chill, maybe more metallic. So I'm trying to think of what we could use to record that sound. I mean, I have like these little metal bits. You know? We could try. Let's see what that sounds like. I think if we mess with the EQ on that, it could sound good. That could be shovel dropping, it could be, yeah. And then let's add in like, we need like a little bit of a bassier sound. I do have, I can record my desk. Just a little tap. Let's try that. That'll work. So let's see what this sounds like. Maybe even lower the metallic. I think that's better. I just wanted it to be a little more, not as harsh, you know? Because that's that one versus what we have in game. I mean, I kind of do like this sound, though. That's what's tricky right now. Maybe we try and modify that one. I have a recording here. I actually have to... For some reason, it named the file my street address. So let's drag this in here. I'm hiding it for a second. Actually, yeah, I can't show you guys this clip because it'll leak my address. All right. Well, sit tight, guys. I kind of like that one because it's a softer noise, so maybe that one would work. Yeah, I probably should just rename it. Can I rename it inside of the project? I think I can. So now what is this one called? I don't know. No, it still shows it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do it. Well, it's fine. Let me just finish the clip, and then we won't look at it anymore. So this one's actually a softer footstep noise, which I think could work good. You know, it's like a... instead of a... Sorry guys, I'm almost done. Let's try that instead. And then let me go check. I know you guys can't see anything. I'm almost done, almost done. Let's call it footstep. Replace. Well, do I actually want to replace the other one? I'll just call footstep 2. Because maybe I want to use that other sound. I know, you can only see black. Hold on. Did I accidentally replace it? No, we're good. Yeah, it's just a little more chill. Okay, you guys can see now. Sorry. I just don't want to leak my address. Okay. So let's see how this is. Oh yeah, that's definitely better. It's not as violent. Not as super loud, you know? So yeah, that'll work. Let's actually also normalize that sound, because why not? Now I'm, like, worried that I'm actually gonna leak it. I mean, I know I won't, but... What'd you miss? Nothing? It's just black screen while I'm leaking my address, but it's okay. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. I am gonna have to make some music, which I'm sure you're totally gonna love that, Ace. It's totally not gonna suck. I'm gonna keep it just pretty upbeat and simple. I'm not gonna go crazy with it. I know there is a music category, but I think that might also include sound effects, as long as we have good sound effects. Unless there was a music category, but let's go check. There might be. Ratings. Yeah, it's just audio, so we don't have to go insane with the music because it's not its own category. Like it's kind of the sounds. This is mainly focusing on sound design, so I think we're okay. So hey, Sakelis, what's up? What's going on? Welcome in. Gameplay, audio, graphics, creativity, emotional delivery, which we'll have to figure out. I think emotional delivery will come in the form of things being funny because it's chaotic. We'll see. And then theme, yeah. Nearly got my RPG chat parser, able to read in all the dialogue options. Oh yeah, nice. But it's dinner break time, yeah. That's... I am the most productive person on earth until dinner approaches, and then it's all over.
All
I think it would really be nice if these made like a big metal thud, just whenever it hits the side of the train. But I don't know how, because I'd have to implement code for all of that, which is kind of annoying. I mean, I guess I can just check if it's a tool or just implement it for each part. It doesn't really matter for a jam right now. I need to add more collision to things like these seats and stuff. Ugh. Still working on the rhythm game, trying to get sequences working properly. Yeah. What am I making? I am making a game for the Down2Jam game jam. So, it's, I guess I describe it as a train roguelike management simulator. I don't know. I'll say thank you for the follow. Basically it's like you have to keep your train fueled and you have to choose what cargo you want to bring along and stuff, which we haven't quite gotten to the cargo part, but you know, we're gonna do that right now. But yeah, Down2Jam is, it's a new one. So it's made by Adagon and some other people. I'm on the featured page. Let's go. But yeah, it's been fun. The theme is train, so yeah. Yo, idle desktop roller coaster. It's kind of cool. It's sadist slash masochist puts the coal so far from the furnace. Yeah. Well, that's the whole idea. Yeah, some idiot designed this train. I don't know who that dummy was, but yeah, it's I know there's a lot of people doing it, so a lot of like streamers specifically, right? So it's fun. It's really cool to see what other people are working on. I haven't like fully looked. Honestly, most of what I've seen are people still coming up with their idea. I'm sure they're probably not doing that today, but yeah, at least they were yesterday. She didn't say what jam it is, though. Yeah. She definitely did a different interpretation of train, as in training, yeah. That's the thing, is like, I think there's different ways you can interpret train, so it's not too bad of a theme. I mean, most things are gonna be train-themed, you know, but that's fine. Trains are cool. You know, I like trains. But yeah, training, I did think about, like, that kind of perspective on it, like a training something, or... But I don't know. I figured there's a lot that you could do with just a regular old train, so I was like, I'll just do a train. Because I think it's kind of fun. You ever like fine hair in your sandwich? Yeah, sometimes. Most of the time it's usually my hair or my dog's hair. It's almost always my dog's hair. But it kind of sucks. Just gotta pick it out. Thanks, not my sandwich anymore. Yeah. Imagine hair and glurp. Oh, dude. If I got hair in my glurp, I'm chucking it out. I'm straight to the trash. You know, I'm not messing with that. I'm sorry, Zakillas. I'm sorry. We'll stop. I want to get it out of the bounds. Come on. I can't do it. I think it's too high up. No, I don't think it's gonna work. No, it's not happening. It's not happening. I know. I gotta hit it harder. I can't though. I'm at my peak. I don't know what's been going on, but my headphones are popping like mad right now. And I know that it's not the audio. It's weird. I don't know what's up with my headphones. I always got popping issues, dude. I'm tired of it. I did drop my headphones. That's kind of when it started. maybe that's causative, but I hope not. I think there is some minor popping actually in the audio, but what audio driver do I use? Just the NVIDIA one. the PhysX driver or whatever, I guess. I don't actually know. Remember, if you did not find pet hair in your food while eating your meal, you didn't look hard enough? Yeah, it's always in there somewhere. Oh yeah, also this coal went away. It's supposed to look like the coal texture we got over there. Hey, Adagon, what's up? Welcome in. Okay, good. I can't throw my tools in the coal pile because then I'd be screwed. Can I throw them on top? No, it's like pretty... Sometimes the tools freak out and like phase into the ground, especially if you throw them up really high and they slam down. But increase the buffer length, it can start popping. Oh, Godot gets rid of and start changing audio settings. I mean, the settings in... I just have the default audio stuff in Godot. I don't think it is Godot. I think it's just my headphones. But I don't actually know. I mean, I don't think I did any weird audio stuff in here. No, I mean, the driver is just WAS API. Latency is pretty normal. I mean, the mix rate, maybe I could... But no, I don't want to mess with that. Video. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just not going to mess with it. Yeah, I think it's just my stupid headphones. I don't know. I probably have to restart my computer. But we're not doing that right now. Yeah, it just seems to always get worse, doesn't it? I think I just need to update my drivers or something. Or my computer, not, you know, Godot. Alright, anyways, let's stop slacking. Let's actually implement some gaming. So we have these boxes, and this is gonna choose like what the what zone. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say our zones is an empty array. For I in global.regions, I'm gonna say zones.pushback I, right? And then I'm gonna say var zone, it's an empty string. Zone is equal to zones.pick. Pick random. So that's just selecting a random zone of what this is. I'll probably use the same button for other things. Like, so I'll use this for the upgrades and the different regions and stuff, but it'll be fine right now. So that'll just pick a random zone, and then whenever we actually click on it, what I'm going to do is say, inside of our level manager, I'm just going to say in here, var active zone is equal to forest by default. So in here, when I click on a zone, I'm just going to say global.manager.active zone is equal to zone. And that's where I'll set the zone, like, data and stuff. So var zone data is equal to global.zones.get forest, or what did I call it? Regions. Honestly, region is a better name. Region data instead of zone. So I should do that. Don't I have active zone in here? Oh, I did this in the player? I'm stupid. Oh, that's lever, not level. Okay. Active region. Then back inside of the computer button, we'll say region. Regions, and then active region. Okay, so that'll set the region. So this is basically selecting like which path you want to go, right? So different areas will have different downsides and stuff. So now it's pretty easy. What I'm just going to say is like multiply it by whatever zone we're on. So in process, unless I want to make it so you don't pick the zone. Like maybe you just pick the cargo and the zone will just change randomly. What do we think? I don't know, because we could have like, you pick which cargo you want to do. The zone is what it is. So that's why you have to like be careful. Because, I don't know, maybe that's a good like randomness, right? Because otherwise if everything you pick, then it's like, well, what's the, you know, cargo should determine the next zone. The current zone determines what cargo is available. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You're just on this track, right? I mean, do you really get to choose what zone you're entering into next? Because that's also a good way for me to balance difficulty over time, because I can make it so that as time goes on, you get more dangerous zones, and so the game gets harder, right? So maybe that's the play here, just so that I can actually make it so you eventually lose, because that's kind of something important that we have to do. Yeah, like each cargo could have... Yeah, I mean, cargo will affect your train. But the region also will. I think I'll go ahead and just make it so regions are randomly selected after a certain amount of things. I think that's going to be best. And then just have a little thing that's like new region and whatever. So... it's pretty easy to do. I just have to say... honestly, just on here. So we just say train stopped dot connect select new region. Then function select new region. So this will check how many times we've stopped. So I'm gonna switch to start double spacing between comments. Check that. I think that's been like that. Yeah, but I don't know. That's the thing with like websites and stuff is everyone's always on a different version. Everyone has different features. It's like that with Discord and stuff. They constantly do like rolling out different features. So I have no idea if what I'm seeing is even the same, you know? Yeah, hashtag overscoping, honestly. So easy to overscope. We are sort of nearing the end of the jam, so I do have to lock in, and I think I'm going to keep things as simple as possible right now, you know? So for select new region, we're just going to say... I just want that to be a static thing, like every 5 times or something. So I'm just going to say if distances completed %5, that means we're on the 5th one. So then we're going to say active region is global.regions. I wish I could do pick random on a dictionary, but I can't. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this for I in global.regions, regions.pushback I. Now over here I can say active region is regions.pick random. And maybe I'll even do like a weighted system for the regions, so certain ones are way more rare or whatever. We change the weights as time goes on. But right now we're just going to keep it random and see if it works. So active region will be that, and then we're also going to say region data is equal to global.regions.get active region. Okay. So that'll give us a region. Then inside of the computer button, we're going to change that to not be regions. We'll choose cargo in here and stuff. All right. So I didn't have like an F3 overlay kind of thing or something. Just so I can like check these things. Maybe let's do that. So I'm just gonna create a quick little rich text label up in here. And I think on a rich text label I can set a background and theme overrides and colors and styles. Background, flat, black, semi-transparent. So now in here I can just have my little F3 menu up here and be like, hey, oh. And I don't really want any word wrapping. Seems like my background is not working though. Oh yeah, it's like not background. I think it has to be fill. Oh, no, it's the normal background. Whatever. It's all called the same thing, so it's confusing. Okay, so we got a background for that. And then I'm just going to add a quick little keybind for that. Because I need to start keeping track of this stuff just for testing. Input dot is action just pressed F3. Boom. Then F3 dot visible is equal to F3 dot visible. Make it invisible by default. Everything's easy, they said. It can be tricky sometimes to name stuff. Because it's always a battle between making things unique enough so that they're distinct, but also making them not a million words long, so. Okay, so that'll just toggle the visibility for that, and then I'm also gonna set what the text is, right? So, dot format, like that. And I'm just gonna throw in the different things in here. So first off is gonna be our region ID, or active region. This has to actually be global.manager.active region. And then I can just say, you know, active region, that. Yeah. Good enough for now. I don't know why it's saying it can't do... Oh yeah, it's just because we have to restart. So let's see if this actually works. So it should be good here, because I can say on select near region and all that stuff, yeah. So now I should be able to press F3 here, and it shows my region, yeah. Also, I need to make this at the very bottom. So active region is forest, which is good. I don't really want to have to go through 5 regions, but temporarily we could just go ahead and set the distance really tiny. So usually it's upping it by 1,000. Let's just up it by 10 for a second. Just so I can go quick through these. Make sure it's working. So at region number 5, it should change. Technically, there's a chance for it to be the same region, but... Oh, I'm stupid. I also have to say if that's 0. Okay. Okay, so now we're in the frozen wastes. So it does work. Cool. Also, it looks like I'm setting it to forest, but I actually need to set it to region forest. So the frozen waste is going to increase coal consumption. Yeah. And now what I can also do, since I can check what region we're in, I can like modify lighting and all that kind of stuff. So maybe if we're inside of the frozen waste region, I can make it so it's like very blue, you know? Stuff like that. And that's how I can also like modify the fog for the foggy zone and stuff. So yeah. Cool. Yeah, see, now we're in the Foggy Valley. So let's go ahead and start implementing some of these regional effects, because I would like to get started on that. Worst when you're on tracks and can see where you're going, yeah. That's the whole idea, the foggy area. So on this world environment node, I can choose the depth begin and end variables. So essentially, I'm just going to say... honestly, just have a multiplier. So world environment dot depth dot fog. How do I access this? Fog depth begin. Is equal to 10 divided by region data dot fog multiplier. Or just fog. And same thing with fog depth end, which will be 100. So now what I can say is inside of the region, which is in global. So we got add start in just a second here. So I'm just going to say fog multiplier on this one will just be 1. But then on some of these, it can be, you know, much higher. Or really just on that one. So on this one, it's going to be 100. Let's just see what that does. So let's just loop through all the different regions until we get the Foggy Valley and see what it does. I don't know if it's probably just going to immediately snap to being completely foggy, so I might have to make it lerp toward that value instead of instantly doing it. We'll see. Ooh. Oh, I just called it fog. Let's just call it fog multiplier then. So let's check our region. Okay, so it's saying on a base object of null. Oh. Whoopsies. Let's restart the game. This better work. Okay, well now it's saying that I can't access it. Actually, I think this stuff is all part of the environment, yeah. So I actually just accessed the wrong thing. So we have to say that dot environment dot fog depth begin. So let's try that. See if that works. So yeah, I want to modify the fog. I want to modify water and coal consumption. And there's a bunch of other things we can probably modify too that I haven't even thought of, you know? Let's... Wait, how did I do that? Okay, weird. I'll fix that. I don't know why the audio breaks at a certain point. I think it's just because we're moving so quick it doesn't even have time to do the whistle. Okay, so this is in the scorched desert. Let's hope we get the Foggy Valley. Nope, back to the forest. Well, I want to see it change though, you know what I mean? So let's keep going. Okay, now we're out of coal and water. Let's fill those up. And one more coal load. I will see the foggy valley. Back to the scorched desert. Epic. Come on. I think we got it 2 times in a row. Frozen wastes. Come on. This is gonna be the one. That's how odds work, right? Oh, God. God dang it. Okay. Is this stupid? Should I just physically select it in the code? Might be done. Might be stupid. Yeah, this is truly gambling. Come on. Come on. I just want to see like the... Okay, whatever. We're gonna frickin'... I can't take it anymore. Actually, let's just do this so that we know we'll get it. Okay. Because I want to see if it fades or if it instantly snaps, so I have to do it in game. I can't do it from the beginning. So let's see what this does. Swear I'm not crazy, guys. We're in the forest. This will be the one right here. Oh! I can't see. Okay, this might be a little too much fog. And also, it definitely did instantly snap, so I think we're gonna have to fix that. Alright. So, let's decrease the intensity of the fog, because that's a little too much. Maybe 10? Might be okay. And then, let's go ahead and make it so it, like, lerps in. So I'm just gonna have var target fog level. I'll just say that's 0 by default. Then we'll say var target fog is equal to that. And then now these can both lerp down here and process. So fog depth begin will now be equal to lerp f. That. Or, well, it'll just lerp to that. 10 divided by fog multiplier. From whatever that is to that over the course of 5 seconds, maybe. I want it to be a pretty low... Oh, well, then it would be 0.2, actually. I want it to be a pretty slow lerp. And then this one will be 100. And that's going to be fog depth end. Okay. See what happens. So that should be a minimum distance of 1 meter, which I think should be pretty good. But let's try it out. Oh, okay, here comes the fog. Yeah. So that lerping is nice. It just starts to kind of fade in. This value is probably pretty good. I think I'd probably increase it a little bit more. Because the whole idea with the foggy valley is that it's like, you can't see anything. So maybe I'll up that to like 20. But I think it's a good start. And maybe I'll increase the speed of it just a little bit more. You know, maybe to 0.5. Yeah, now you can barely see anything. Okay, so that does work. So that should be good. And then the other ones are really easy to change, so... Let's just watch that come back to forest. Just make sure it's lerping out just fine. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't. If we ever get forest ever again, get it one day. We're gonna run out of coal though. Let's hurry, go, 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 go. There we go. Okay, so that's maybe a little bit fast. Let's go 0.4. And that should be good. So what's up, Abra? I really made this pretty since last time I checked in. Yeah, I worked a lot on materials and stuff and getting... So essentially what I'm doing for the materials is just a normal map. I'm not messing with anything else. No fancy albedo textures or anything. And I kind of like the effect that just a normal map gives, because it's like just a really subtle like indent kind of thing. It's also the same for the grate. That's just a normal map. But it's not too intense, which I think is good, because I don't want it to look like too distracting and odd. I think when texture's like way too detailed and real, sometimes it starts to look kind of bad. So I don't know. That's just, you know, what I'm thinking anyways. I don't know if that's actually true, but that's what I think. Alright, so let's just link up everything else, so it's pretty easy too. This one's actually really easy because, like, for the coal stuff, right here, it's just multiplying times dot, let's go check what it's called. Coal modifier, water modifier. Right, so really easy, because I can just say, okay, increase water consumption by that number, and now we're done. Boom. So let's go ahead and try that now with another region. Let's just try the Scorched Desert. And just for fun, let's set the water modifier to like 4 or something really high, just so I can make sure it's working. So let's restart the game. And if I know it's working with that, then I don't see why the coal one wouldn't work, so... But yeah, we can add in even more regions. I mean, we'll have to see what kind of regions we want to add in. I don't even really need to bother getting coal, but I'm gonna do it anyways. It might be hard to tell when our speed is so fast, but it'll be fine. Okay, so we're in the Scorched Desert now, so it should be pretty quick. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's definitely way faster. So when you're in the desert, you've got to be like, you gotta be getting your water going, you know? Otherwise you're gonna be screwed. So that's some of the danger I kind of want to implement, right? Because now it's like, okay, if you hit a desert zone, it's like, you got to really think about what kind of cargo. Because if you bring on some cargo that also decreases your water consumption, it's like, you're going to be screwed, so... But that's also where you get into the risk-reward type of thing, because maybe there's a cargo that increases your water consumption, but is really what you want, you know? So... That's, I think, the fun part about a game like this, is the decisions that you have to make. Of like, do you think you can pull it off, you know? Or is it gonna be your downfall? So, yeah. Somebody said, looks awesome. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's coming along. I need to texture this, but we need to, I'm just going to make the menu work on that one first. So this is going to be choosing the cargo. Honestly, what we could probably do is just wrap the cargo and reward system into one. So essentially what you can do is go into here, select a cargo, and it will say what that cargo gives you if you finish it. I think that's going to be the plan. So then, like, then there's no, I don't know, it just simplifies a lot of the work I have to do right now. Yeah, it could be expanded out and made more complicated, but I think it's kind of nice just to have it in one system. So it's probably what I'm going to do. Because I want to spend more time, like, I don't know, just enriching that system, right? I really want to add in a bunch of different upgrades and different regions, because I think that's what's going to make the game fun, is the variety. Because I don't want to oversimplify just the base gameplay mechanics, right? I don't think that's the play here. And maybe there's little fun, quirky gameplay things we add in, but I don't want it to be too much work, because I've only got a day, so I think it's easier to, like, because the thing is if we get the gameplay finished and ready, we can submit at any time. There's no mad dash at the end of trying to get everything working, because the game is working and the gameplay's there, so it's playable and finished at any moment that we want. But then what we can do is, like, okay, we've got an extra 4 hours, let's throw in a couple new regions, or let's throw in a couple new upgrades. And I think that just, it's safer, and it's also, I think, going to be nice to have a lot of variety. I'm looking for a more polished experience than a wide experience, than an expansive one, if you know what I mean. This isn't an open world game with a million different mechanics, you know, like Starground. This is just a simple little thing. So then I'll have time to, like, maybe add in the sounds when you throw things and different music, and I'll just have time to really polish everything up and maybe go back through and, you know, add some more detail to some of these models and stuff and make them look cooler. So I think it'll really help sell the whole game. All right, so let's go ahead and just do that. So we're going to define another table that's going to be the different types of cargoes. Welcome back, Oshik. So we have our regions, which I can uncomment these ones now. So then down here, we're going to have another table. I'm not doing this in separate resources because I don't foresee them getting big enough to warrant the time to set that up, so I'm not going to. So this will be var. Let's see, what do we want to change here? Or add here? So I kind of want two separate ones. I think we'll have var rewards. Or upgrades or something. It doesn't really matter. var upgrades. And then we're going to have var cargo. And then this is where we'll, like, define what the cargo does. So cargo is essentially like the same sort of thing as a region, where it changes your water modifier and cold modifier. But the difference is that you choose. And also you technically don't have to have any cargo. But that's the whole thing of the game, where it's like, cargo does make it harder, but it's also like an investment, right? So if you do a bunch of cargo at the beginning and you get upgrades, it means that you'll be able to go further near the end of the game when regions are really difficult, right? If that makes sense. So I think that'll be a good system. And then upgrades, it'll just be like upgrade shovel size or something, you know? Upgrade bucket size. And I'll probably make these logarithmic. So that, like, the more upgrades you have of one thing, the less effective it gets, you know? So how would I do that? I guess that would just be like adding a multiplier. So like if you add, let's think about how this would work. So here, let's actually model this. So y will be equal to 0.5x. So that's that, but that's not really what I want. So how do I like... Because I want this to level off. So I want to say like... I'm planning on using log 10, but I haven't gotten to the point of actually using it yet. Yeah. I mean, yeah, log is good. Log essentially hits the sort of curve I want, you know? It's just a matter of adjusting it until I sort of can get it to the spot that I want. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to set that up, though. Haven't figured out the setup. Relearn this stuff in like a decade. Yeah. I did a little bit of this kind of stuff with Starground, honestly, with the research and all that business, but the difference with that is the way I scale that, I don't actually scale the effect logarithmically, I scale the cost logarithmically. Right? Because basically what I say is cost times equals, you know, 1.1. So every single time you do it, that becomes more and more and more and more. So like 10 times 1.1 is an increase of 1, but 100 times 1.1 is an increase of 10. So that's sort of how I do it in Starground. But this is different because the cost will never change. It's just going to be the output. So I have to figure out how I can scale that. I mean, I guess honestly the solution to that is probably just going to be something like this where I just have a level. So yeah, reversal of exponential investment is yeah, right. That's what we want. So I could probably just say like upgrade count is like 5 and then determine what it is based off of that. Because like how would it change across these, right? So like the first few upgrades are really good, but then it really levels off, which is essentially what logarithm does. What log does. I wonder if log base 2, like how that behaves. Because log base 2 is then the opposite of exponential, right? So I guess that's where you could mess with the base of the log and like decide how fast you want it to scale off. But I imagine having a lower log is good so that it doesn't just immediately cut off and make lower things suck. But something like this, so like at level 1, it starts at level 1, and then at level 2, that increases the size by 1. Level 3 is 1.5, then to 2.3, 2.5, 2.8. That seems like a pretty good multiplier. So you get to a spot where like your shovel size is like, you know, realistically, if we're talking here, like you get up to like 5. That really 4 is sort of going to be the limit. Any higher than that takes a ton of levels. So like you could get to 5 times, but that'd be 32 levels, which is insane. So yeah, I think log base 2 is going to be nice. I like the smoother curve of log 2 versus log 10. Yeah, I think this will work. Again, I haven't really implemented anything like this, specifically with log. I mean, I kind of did that in Pizza Pit a little bit, but that wasn't exactly like this, so. And then he just later would be like 2 seconds, yeah. So I think this will work. So then upgrade shovel size. I don't even need any like stat in here. I think everything is just going to be a number. So we're just going to... Upgrades will actually just be a list, I think. Well, I guess there will be some things, like we need an icon for what the stuff looks like. So like sprite. So we will have it be a dictionary, but it won't have much in here. All right. So that'll work for the upgrade system, and then cargo. We'll have to figure all that out. Yeah, I could probably like level this off too, because what I could also do on top of the log stuff is, let's say we have one upgrade, I can divide it by like 2 or something, so that like as we go up in levels, it doesn't just immediately jump to 4. So like our limit sort of becomes like, you know, like 2 instead. So that's also like another layer of fine-tuning what that curve looks like. Right, because essentially this will be our curve, log 2, x, and then we can also divide it by whatever we want. So the higher number we divide it by, that's basically lowering our upper limit of how powerful that upgrade can become. So I think that'll work. And technically we could also increase it by just multiplying or dividing by a fraction like that. So that actually gives us a lot of control, like fine-tune control on how these things will behave. So yeah. I also do kind of like the cargo being attached to upgrades, because it kind of creates this dynamic where like the reward of the cargo definitely changes how good that cargo is. So like, let's say you have this cargo and the reward is shovel size, right? Maybe if you really want shovel size, even if this one is harder, then it's worth it versus an easier one that gives a bad reward. Because then what you would do if it wasn't like this and this just gave you a list of anything, you'd always just pick the easiest cargo, right? So I actually do like this dynamic, because then it's like it's a balance between like the easiest cargo isn't always the best cargo, which I think is a good thing. It makes that decision way more interesting, I think, right? Because then it's like, oh, well, I could do this, but this cargo, because then it's almost like you have to weigh the pros and cons, right? Where it's like, okay, this cargo is like really hard, but then I get a really good reward. On this hand, this one's easy, but I get a bad reward. So it's like, do I think I would be able to do this cargo? Because then if I do, this reward will really help with you know, you get the idea. It's a way more involved, I think. So that's good. Okay, so let's just go ahead and implement it really quick. Inside of our world manager, I'm just going to have an array, right? So this is just going to be var upgrade info. So this is going to be a dictionary, and on enter tree, I'm just going to say for I and global dot upgrades. We're going to say upgrade info at index I will be equal to 1. So this is just it's gonna be really simple. It's just a dictionary of the ID and an integer associated with it, so that we can check how many upgrades of a specific upgrade ID have been completed. So really, really basic. And then we can have another function that's like, we don't even need to, honestly. We could just set it directly, because it just increment number by 1. So it should be easy. Okay. So that's that. Now what kind of cargoes do we want? Because I have to think about what would be good, right? I think certain cargo could like do damage to your train. So like cargo, radioactive isotopes or something. And that'll just passively do a bunch of damage to your train. So it's like, yeah, toxic waste. Livestock, yeah. Radioactive waste. And then I'll just have a variable in here that's like base damage chance. So like if you have a, it'll increase the chance every second for there to just be some damage done regardless of whether you're out of water or not. Crayons. Passengers, yeah. I did to be specific about which cargoes, because the thing is that for every cargo I add, I have to model it, so I don't want to make that too difficult of a job, right? Yeah, livestock, passengers. I probably don't want to do anything that's alive, because then I have to rig it, and that sucks. I don't want to rig stuff. That's too much work. Yeah, fragile boxes. If you... Oh, that could be an interesting mechanic, is that if your train goes too fast, it breaks your cargo. Like for fragile cargo. Like glass. Oh yeah, top secret boxes could be cool. It's like a, you don't know what the cargo is, so it does one of these effects in here, but it doesn't tell you. So that could be cool. Yeah. Yeah, and something heavy. Yeah, so the train goes slower. Yeah, that is easy to model once also. So I'll just say cargo secret. Well, secret will just be a separate kind of mechanic, but I'll put it in here. Secret cargo. So cargo glass. So I'll go ahead and just say speed limit. So like if you go over this limit, we'll say 0.75. If you go over that, then your cargo breaks and you do not get a reward. So that kind of opens up a whole nother fun thing to do, right? Where's my phone? Where did it vibrate? Am I crazy? Did I drop it? Oh, it's like wedged in my chair. Okay, it's confusing. But yeah, so something like that, you gotta be careful not to make your train go too fast. I'm just trying to think of different like variables I could throw in here, you know? Thank you for the cheese down, appreciate it. So like a speed limit for the cargo. I don't want to go too complicated with it, but... And then, of course, like water and stuff, all that. So... Maybe one of them will do, yeah, like cargo tungsten bricks or something, right? And so this will decrease speed modifier, or just increase your coal consumption. So coal modifier is like way higher, like 4 times more. You shake the train easily. I actually already have code for shaking the train, so it's actually really easy. Because I do this thing where when the train's active, sometimes it does like a little wobble, you know, as you're moving along the track. So really all it is just rotating the train. So yeah. So radioactive waste. Cargo glass. Tungsten bricks. That's how you spell tungsten, right? Okay. Tungsten bricks. Perfect idea. Yeah, I was thinking about that, like flickering the lights. I think that'd be good. Especially since they're supposed to be like oil lanterns, so it just makes sense too. I'll put that down. Because why not? Alright, so we got the... I want to start with maybe 5, just to give enough variety, so every time you can, like, you know, I don't know. We'll just have to make it so you can't accept cargo when the train's moving. So radioactive waste, glass, tungsten bricks. I would like something that's like affects your water consumption. So like something really hot. Cargo. What's like a really hot object? Really hot objects. 104 things that are really hot. Lava. Lasers. Uranium, yeah. Barbecues. Flamethrower. Explosions. I think this is where the emotion aspect comes into play on our rating, because this can be funny. We can do stupid funny things. Yeah, lava. I think we could ship some lava. Then this can be water modifier increases to like 4. So you can really screw yourself over if you're in the desert and you're shipping lava. So don't do that. Pizza rolls, yeah. Hot water you need to produce during the run. And you need to produce what? Or like, oh, like you have to make water? Or like, it'd be funny if you broke your water cargo, so you just replace it with water from your tank. Just one more in here. So what are the different stats we have, right? Because we got radioactive waste, the glass, of course we got ads. Oh, so you need to keep the hot water hot, yeah. So it's like a thing of like, that could actually be interesting. I'll talk about it right after ads, but essentially the inverse of the glass. That could be cool. So let's wait for the ad. Yeah, so like if you have like, because that's, oh man, yeah. I do love how this gets so interconnected and so interesting. Because if you have like a really good shovel or something for your coal, then maybe it's better to do the tungsten bricks versus the lava. So you can almost like start to like do like builds, right? Which is really interesting. I guess this is how a game like Balatro can get so involved, you know? Because it's like, it's this really simple stuff in theory, but then when you combine it all together, it starts to get really complicated. All right, ad is over. The ad is over. Sorry about that. Yeah, I do actually, so one thing that could be kind of fun. So the cargo is essentially saying that you have to keep your train speed within this range, right? I'm actually just going to change to speed range. So then like that'll be a vector 2 of 0 to 0.75. So if you go too fast, it breaks your glass. But then we could have something over here that's the inverse. So you can't ever go below half speed or something, right? So that's sort of an interesting one. Maybe not half, but yeah. So it could be something like that, like hot water, something that you need your boiler running to maintain, right? So yeah. Yeah, like ice melting. That would also be fun of like, a time limit thing of like you have to finish the delivery in a certain amount of time. Otherwise it evaporates or something. But I don't want to get things too complicated. That's something we can do later. Yeah, molten ice. Is that just water? Trying to think of something that would work for this. I mean, I like the idea of like hot water or something. No, it's molten ice. Okay, okay. Tungsten bricks. Lava. So what would need to keep running fast? Like, what would break because the train gets too slow? I imagine we could have some kind of system where it hooks into the heat from the boiler or something. So bees. if the train stops, the bees escape and attack you. Yeah. Yeah, something that could spoil. That's actually a good idea. Yeah, like food or something. What spoils really fast? Raw meat? Say, welcome to the stream. Milk. I guess milk spoils fast. What's the most perishable food? Raw vegetables. That's not very perishable. Yeah, raw milk, fish, poultry, and red meat. Yeah, what's something you always have in your fridge? Be like, you forgot to eat that again? Fish, not that often. I mean, in the fridge, fish lasts forever. Not eggs. Usually it's meat or cheese. Cheese will go moldy. It's always bananas, dude. Actually, I forget to eat the bananas and then I go to have them and they're like black. That's what happens. They go bad really fast. Yeah, whatever's most relatable, yeah. You also have wine that you want to go slow, but you need to sustain. Yeah. I would like something like that, like a more difficult cargo that's like just another like thing that you have to like keep going back to and making sure it's like almost like the the puppet in FNAF 2. Something that's like requires your attention, you know? I do like that concept. Man, I can't believe we've been going for 3 hours. It's crazy how fast time flies when you're doing something that's fun and not Starground. Yeah, then you make banana bread, it's all good. Exactly, yeah. Banana pudding is also really good. I do like making banana pudding out of old bananas. It's pretty banger. We could just do some meat or something, you know? I mean, meat I feel like is the iconic like thing that will spoil if it's not refrigerated. Yeah, raw meat. Yeah, like some big hams. Yeah. Steamed hams. I think I also would like to add descriptions for these, just to like embellish some of these things. So like the meat could be like, you know, because I think it's always fun added and stuff like that. Oh yeah, also on all these I'm gonna need names. I forgot about that. So, name. Because it's not gonna be the same as the ID. Bucket, capacity. Just say size. Well, capacity makes more sense, doesn't it? Because capacity indicates, like, what it can hold versus how big it is. Yeah. And then all these have to have names. Lava. Just a cube of lava. It's not even in a container. No. Radioactive waste. Glass. Tungsten bricks. Raw meat. So then this one is like, you know, requires refrigeration, so keep that train running and the power flowing. These can be really stupid descriptions, you know, like... Can I... I'm trying to think if I could do something funny where I... Like, you know that, the text with all the funny effects that you apply? What is that called? Like, text distorter. Yeah, I found it, I don't know if this will work. It does. I don't know what's gonna happen when it's in game though. Oh god. But it makes my code bad. That's crazy. Look how big my cursor is. Oh no. Yeah. Okay, well that's not gonna happen. What's a funny thing to say about radioactive waste? Yummy. The McDonald's Sprite of... The McDonald's Sprite of what? Anyone else feel tizzy? Yeah. McDonald's Sprite of metal. I mean, that's what it is. Can I use McDonald's, or is that copyrighted? We need to dump this. Probably should be dumped in a lake or something. Yeah. We can change these later. Tungsten bricks. Do not fear me. I would like to paste the funny text in, but I don't think it's going to display properly with my font anyways, and it breaks my code editor, so I don't want to use it because it looks super bad. What would you say about glass? What's a funny quote about glass? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Fragile. I don't know. If I saw some glass, what would I say about it? I don't know. Yo, you can see through this stuff? What? How? How do they get all the color out of the glass? How'd they get all the solid out? Clearly, yeah. There you go. Clearly, you need to be careful with this stuff. Tungsten bricks. Why would you make tungsten bricks? Man, this stuff is heavy. I don't know. What kind of Nimrod makes tungsten bricks? Maybe that's the description. What kind of Nimrod makes tungsten bricks? Lava? Ultimate heavy metal. Yeah. Wrong stone dimension. Wrong stone dimwit. Yeah. Something about how lava is really hot. What's up, Finn? What would I say about lava? If I saw some lava, what would I say about it? What would I say about it? I'd be like, whoa, it's lava over there. Youch, this stuff is pretty hot. Youch! Stuff is pretty hot. Reinforced cubic contained, yeah. Alright. Good enough. We'll also need icons for these things, so probably do that. Sprite. Actually, for sprites, I'm just gonna do load, right? So. And honestly, the same down for the upgrades. Because why would I load it live when I can load it here? Okay. Well, that'll work for now. I think let's just focus on getting all that stuff implemented. Which a lot of this will be pretty easy. Like speed range and the water modifier and cold modifier is super easy. Base damage chance isn't that hard either, so... That was harder than my wife. She could learn a thing or two. Oh... I don't have a wife, though. But that's pretty good. I'll think about it. I'll put it down in a little comment. I don't know. Stuff is harder than my husband. She could learn anything or two, yeah. He could learn a thing or two. I don't know about husband either. Yeah, we'll keep it. Yes, yeah, ouch, right now. Let's go ahead and integrate this now. That's gonna be probably the harder part, is like the UI stuff especially, but we'll figure it out. So computer. So on these little texture doohickeys, I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm gonna give it an ID. So this is gonna have two things: cargo ID and var reward ID, right? So those will both be empty by default. So I'm gonna have to keep track of like what is in here. So computer, I'm just gonna go ahead and say function ready. I'm gonna say global.manager.train stopped .connect to update rewards, right? Then in function update rewards, that's where we do all the stuff. Then I'm also just gonna do it at the beginning, you know? Or it's not really update rewards, it's update cargo. So what we're gonna say in here, we're gonna loop through the HBox and say for I in that dot get children, say I dot free. Then I'm gonna say for I in range 3. So we have 3 cargo options. Blah 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 dot add child var cargo button is equal to, I'm actually gonna preload stuff because I can do that now. What is it? It's computer button. Oh, I don't actually have a scene for it, so let's do that. Boom. Computer button. So we're gonna say cargo button dot cargo ID. Now I don't want duplicates, so I think I'm actually going to. Well, I guess we could have duplicates because the rewards are random, so it'll be fine. So I'm gonna get the list of all the cargos. So for I in global dot cargo list dot push back I reward list is that. Maybe I'll be mutually exclusive with the rewards though, right? So we're gonna push back those for I and global dot, or I guess it's called upgrades, not rewards, but whatever. Upgrade list dot push back I. So that's gonna push back all the possible ones. We're just gonna say cargo ID is cargo list dot pick random, and then also gonna say cargo button dot reward ID is in upgrade list dot pick random. So for that one, I'm also gonna say upgrade list dot erase whatever we picked, right? Yeah. So that we don't get duplicate rewards. You can get duplicate cargo, but each reward will always be unique. So that does mean we need at least one more reward, otherwise the game will break. That's fine. So let's add in, what's like another one that could be good? We could also increase like furnace capacity and stuff like that, right? Or that's really the boiler. Yeah, fuel efficiency or something. Shock absorber. That could be interesting. So you could like take on fragile cargo easier and stuff. Maybe. I'll put that down in our to-do maybe. Shock absorber to reduce effect from speeds. Okay, so that's good there. So there should always be one of each. That's the computer button. Had an Easter egg trolley problem. Yeah, could do that. I think I'd integrate that. Okay, so yeah, I mean, that should be good. It'll update cargo, it'll free all the boxes, it'll do that, and then add it as a child, and that should be pretty straightforward. And then we'll modify that scene to add in all the bits. So yeah, cool. Let's go ahead and just open up the game and make sure that that's working. And it doesn't crash. Epic. What do you mean? Script inherits from native type node 3D, so it can't be assigned to an object type margin container. Do we have something assigned to a margin container? Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, I just messed up. Computer UI. Extends margin container. There we go. Let's try that again. All right, so now I can go to the computer and it should have 3 boxes in here. Yeah, there we go. They're a little funny because it looks like their shader parameters are not unique. So let's fix that really quick. So we just have to say local to scene, and that should probably fix it. Let's try that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the whole button rotating with like other bits on it, because I think it's just for the texture rect. So we might run into some issues with that if we're being honest, but we'll see. There we go. That looks good. Choose one. We'll see what we can do with that. I mean, I guess we could create an image, but I don't want to do that. You must choose one. Which one? Like, I don't think I can do this with a margin. Maybe. But I really doubt it. Like, if we load a texture as a child of the margin, do you think it'll work? Probably not. But I'm curious to see what happens. Let's play it and see. It's a margin. A margin is just a node. It's called a margin container. What's nice about a margin container is it basically scales to the size of its children. So let's say that you have like a V-box of stuff with like a sprite and then some text underneath it or something and a button down here, right? The margin will essentially just say, okay, I am now the size of all this stuff, right? So it's just a nice way of like containing everything into one box instead of having it all be like separate stuff. Okay, it does not work. That is too bad because I really like the effect. But I don't know if there's going to be any way for me to actually be able to do that unless I literally do make this in 3D. but I don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, I don't think there's anything else I could use. Unless I put it all into a canvas group. This is something that could be interesting. But this is just white now? So, okay. Does it have to be sprites on here, like sprite 2Ds for this to work? Which I guess if it does, it's not the end of the world. But why is this like this? I think it's just because of the material. Which is too bad. Whoa. Okay, well, it does, like... no, not really. It doesn't really work. That's kind of too bad, because I really would have liked to be able to use this on this. I mean, unless there's a different one that we can find. I know there's, like, this one. Which, like, maybe I could get this one working how I want. I'm gonna have to restart the game. Right, so, like, we're filled out here. And then... See, that kind of also works. I could just set these rotations to wherever the mouse is. Now the question is, can I just do that on a margin? I don't think it'll let me. And I don't know why everything is just white in here. Do you guys know why? I mean, am I just doing it wrong? Needs to be read from the screen texture. Canvas group uses a shader. Oh, yeah. So I can't apply a shader to a canvas group. Because that's kind of unfortunate. I mean, unless what I can do is use a margin now that it's different. I really doubt it right now, but... And then be able to mess with this one. No. And the shader part, yeah. I mean, another option is that I just apply the same shader to all of the nodes so that they do the same thing, but that's kind of dumb. Yeah, so I'd have to do the same logic. I mean, we can try and mess around with that. Alexa, fan on. Alexa, fan on. I have to scream at her, guys. I swear she's like hard of hearing. So what is the logic for that? Oh, thank you. Oh, so this is it? That's not actually that complicated, is it? So screen texture... Get how that has to be now. Oh god, I opened this in OBS, didn't I? Oh, yeah, I just need to grab the... Oh? Huh? Whoa. Okay, so it's technically working, but the thing is that it's essentially acting as a mask, right? Instead of actually rotating the texture. So I don't know how I would do that. What I need to do is essentially like apply, like this does work, but let's see. It needs to be like applied to the margin, if that makes sense. I don't know how to do that though. Well, it seems like I can't do a negative rotation. Unless I'm just thinking about this wrong. I don't know. Yeah, how would I do that? Because I say color times C. Maybe I just want to say color is C. No. Well, that doesn't work. Brr. Really wish I could use this. But it is also a little funky on the rotation, so... There's a lot of Balatro shaders. I just wish I could use this. And it would just work. Okay, this is the one with the insane, complicated code. I think this is the one I use. Well, it doesn't really matter. I already have it in here. Oh, no, I got rid of it, yeah. But I'm pretty sure this was the one. Okay, redefinition of fragment. Do you mean? Oh. I might just have to accept static, non-rotating cards, as boring as it is. Just because it's incredibly janky right now. Doesn't really work. And also I noticed that this texture, or this shader, completely breaks down when it's a sprite versus a, like a texture or whatever, so doesn't seem to really work. I mean, there's others in here we can try. Yeah, X rotation, Y rotation. Let's give it a freaking try, I guess. God, let's just do this. Redefinition of pi. Get rid of that. Redefinition of fragment. Then we need the screen texture again. Let's see what it does. I mean, it looks really cool. I wish I could just get it to work. You know? I wonder how it would tell, like, what the rotation is of this stuff. I guess just distance to the center. Okay, I do like this one though, because it does work with the canvas shader. Right, so I mean, at least that's you can also change the FOV, which is kind of cool. Try changing screen UV to UV plus 0.5 on line 59. Okay. Lowercase UV? Yeah. Whoa. Hey, yo. I think that actually works. It's a little squished, though. And it's rotating around at a very odd point. So is that just like the origin point of the UV? Okay. We're really close. I wish it would rotate around the center. It seems like what it's doing is it's applying this texture to like... It's not using the full image for some reason, like it's tiny, you know what I mean? Zooming doesn't do anything. What is this other... That's the LOD, yeah. Maybe if we did this first, and then we did the other stuff. No, because we had to calculate UV. Unless I just said screen texture here. Or screen UV right there. See, because that now does the proper rotation. But, obviously, our... Okay, so it's because we're setting the color. Maybe if we say color times equals. Okay, well then we're back to this point. The layout on this is just set to... Oh, it's actually set to that. Maybe that's the cause. Oh, but this doesn't have, like, an actual size. So we can't set this to that. We'll have to have, like, a minimum size on this. Oh, God. So that's where we're at with that. Yeah, because it's just setting texture there, so I mean, I can modify it after the fact, like that. But... And then set this to UV. Plus 0.5. But it's still got the... It's weird. It's like really tiny and then off to the side. So I'm not sure why it's doing that. It is kind of weird. Okay, I have a theory. Yep. So it's because of the screen texture stuff. When we change the scale of the screen texture, it's changing what it's drawing, which is obviously wrong. So we're gonna have to adjust for that somehow, probably. That's always the issue with screen texture stuff. Honestly. Well, how would we fix that? I mean, we could just get the size of the screen. Because it looks like it wants to be in a little box, the size of the sprite or whatever. Like that. Just so that it's centered. Also, yeah, moving will mess it up. Because, I mean, that looks mostly right. It's a little warped, but it's kind of okay. So actually, what we would do is put that in a V-box. But yeah, you can see the sort of issue here, right? But see, if I could get it like that with the button and stuff, that'd be perfect. It wouldn't actually have a button on it, but, you know, just to have other nodes in there. so close. I mean, would adjusting for the screen size do anything? I guess what I could do is get the size of the texture and then divide it by the size of the screen texture. Maybe that's what I need to do. So what I could say is UV times fix, and then I'm just gonna say float fix is equal to, and then we'll figure out what that needs to be. That actually will need to be a vec2, because there's x and y. Right, so now we can like multiply the x or something. Obviously that just goes to nothing, but... Okay, so this will have to be between 0 and 1, I think. So like 0.5 should stretch it. And like, what does that one do? Okay, so that's just moving it. Maybe I don't need to multiply that. Maybe I'm multiplying the screen texture. But that would just be the screen texture, so that's like a color. Is it because I was multiplying 0.5? I think it is. Oh, yeah. So multiply by 1. It should be normal. But then like, if I multiply just the x by 0.5, it should expand horizontally. Okay, so I think what we can do then is say fix is going to be equal to our texture size. So texture pixel size? Would that work? Texture pixel size divided by screen pixel size? Or maybe the other way around. Okay, it's probably not that one. See, I wish I could see what these values were. There's just no way to know. I know I've done this kind of thing before, I think, to fix these warping issues. In one of the other shaders for Starground. We're so close. Can I get like screen size? No. I mean, I can just say texture divided by screen texture. But that's a sampler 2D, so it wouldn't really make any sense. How can I get the size of a screen texture, you know? I'm just not familiar enough with the vectors to know, you know? Let's see. No shader, get size of screen texture. Because if I can adjust for... Let's see. So they're saying screen pixel size is what I want. But then what do I need to do to make it look good? Oh, do I just need to multiply this by our sprite size or whatever? Okay, I can't do that. Oh yeah, 1 divided by screen pixel size. Screen pixel size is a vec2. So... I guess I can do this. Vec2 size X and Y. And then divide that by 2 or something, or would that work? I don't know why I can't divide a vec2 by a... Oh, is it just because it has to be a float? Okay. So now maybe I can say 1.0 divided by screen pixel size. So that just gets rid of it. Yeah, so that's gone. Like, this is... Can you swizzle? What's .xx? Is that just getting the second value, or... I'm not, like, super familiar with this, language, you know, if I'm being honest, so... There's things like that I'm not really sure about. Oh, makes the y value equal the x value? Interesting. It's weird. Dividing that by 512 does nothing. I guess it's probably because screen pixel size... I think we need to multiply it, don't we? To get our... Oh! See, this is what I'm looking for. Now, obviously, it's, like, messed up when we change our camera point of view. But I think what we can do is, so like we know the size of this V box. It's 128 by 128. So I think we can say times 128. Okay, no, wait, maybe we actually... Is it the size of the texture rect? Maybe it is 512. Okay. Interesting. Well, we're really close. The only thing we have to fix is the... So even the zooming in and out is fine. Actually, no, it's not, is it? Actually, I think it might be. It's hard to tell with the zooming. No, it's not, you can see. So we'd have to fix that also. God. So we need to fix when we move the camera around, right? It's a little warpy. It's not supposed to happen. Now, I think I've had this issue before. I can't remember how I fixed it, though. There's posts about it, I mean... let's see. So you just divide it by... That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. This person is like with messing with tile set stuff, but that's kind of not really our issue here. Because we can divide the number, and then that's sort of like changes its position. So how do we do that then? Because we could divide that number based off of where our camera position is, I guess. So the goal of this shader is just so that we can rotate things around. So this is actually a 2D image, but it lets us like rotate it as if it's a 3D object, right? And I'm just trying to get it set up so I can do that with a canvas node or a canvas group. But it's complicated. So I don't know. There's also some other variables. There's like projection matrix, which we might only be able to do inside of Vertex. Yeah, texture pixel size. God. Well, I don't know. Not sure what the plan of action is here. I'm definitely considering just making this a 3D scene, actually, and just using a camera to map it. I really hate doing that because it means that it's not a control node, but this is kind of frustrating. I want this to work. I'm not sure what I need to do to fix it. I can't seem to find any info on it. Yeah, I've done it on Starground. I can't remember. I think, but the thing is I think I did it, and I think a new Godot update actually broke it. Because I remember going back to it to look at it, and I was like, wait, this doesn't work anymore. Could try screen UV. Well, that's what I'm sort of doing. Well, that's screen texture, yeah, not screen UV. We could try. I'm not sure, like, what screen UV is. Right? Seems to warp things even more. But maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Does not seem right. Oh. So multiplying the offset, though, by screen UV means that it stays in a static position. So that is interesting. So that might have fixed that part of it. Or at least almost did. No, now it's messed up again. Did I just say plus screen UV? Okay. No. Maybe I don't multiply it by 0.5 anymore. Oh. See, so that kind of does work. It fixes a lot of our issues. I think it also fixes our zooming. But as you can see, it's also like, there's like some weird artifacting stuff now, right? And also, for some reason, our image is like really tiny. Okay, it does seem to be zooming in still with the zoom stuff, but that's easier to correct. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's still so tiny, though. Right? Because that's one thing that's a little weird. I mean, we're not going to be zooming this node, I guess. So the zoom doesn't actually matter. Because we're not zooming in and out on it. It's just on the canvas, which is static. So honestly, if we can get the sizing correct, then I think we might be okay. Now, I know there is our little texture pixel size multiplier. Increasing that does increase the size, but now there's also like some weird artifacting stuff. I don't know what number is the one we want. I mean, I guess this works and we can just scale it to whatever we want. But it definitely is a little bit janky. But see, anyways, the glory of this is now we can add in like another component in here. Right? And it'll show up in here. Now it does increase the scale of this for some reason. Or I guess just because it got taller. But it seems like it's warping things now. Maybe that's just because of how the rotation is. But if I set rotation on both of these to 0, that's definitely warped. As you can see. I think it's because the size is no longer square. God. So maybe I don't want to multiply that by that. I think I want to multiply by texture. Texture pixel size. I mean, that keeps it... No, because then it just does that for some reason. Because I can just multiply it by screen pixel size, but then it's, Okay, why is it doing that now? Does randomly multiplying it by 512 make it work? How does that even work? Because like multiplying it by 1 just breaks it. By 2. That's so weird. Try .xx, yeah. But I think that just causes issues because now I don't want to set the second one to the same value because they do need to be different, right? Because it'll change depending on the size of the screen. So that is good how it is. I don't know. It's frustrating. Well, I'm going to mess around with it more. I do have to end off stream. I'm going to see if I can figure out another way to do this or modify it so it starts working. But we're really close. I don't know. I've also got to just get gameplay stuff implemented, so this is always something I can take a look at another time. It's not really necessary for you know, to finish the game, and I'm worried that I'm wasting a lot of my time trying to get this working. So I think I'm gonna stop working on it and freaking get this content in the game, because this is something we can mess with toward the end, you know, if we have some extra time, but this is not the time right now, I think. As cool as an effect it is, it's just not working out. So yeah, I am indeed doing a jam. But I appreciate all the help. I mean, hopefully one day, maybe one day I'll come back to this project, you know, we never know. But maybe eventually we can get this behaving how we want. But I am a little worried, you know, we gotta get things moving. So, but yeah, that's it for the weekend. So next you'll see of me is the game released on itch, so hopefully it's good and not broken. Also, I changed the game page visuals. Oh, okay, nice. Let's let me take a look at that real quick. When I go to my game, it says, oh, okay, we're fine. Oh, nice. Yeah, I like how that looks. Then I can edit it. Cool. Yeah, no, that's nice. I like the little, like, yeah, I'll show you guys just for context. It has like a little box now with a banner, I presume, or something. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, time boxing is an important skill. Yeah, I need to, I need to like realize that I'm wasting my time right now, aren't I? Then I need to move on. But it wasn't a major setback, you know, whatever, an hour of messing around with the shader. It's not a big deal. I had Grok make me a water shader the other day. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use AI stuff, but I'd be surprised if it was able to make a working shader, though. Because AI usually struggles with complicated things like that, but I don't know. Good luck on the release. I appreciate it, yeah. All right, well, that's going to be it, everybody. Thank you for coming to the stream. Get Starground on Steam if you want. It's not on sale anymore, but, you know, feel free to check it out. Join the Discord if you want. Yeah, next stream will be Wednesday, so we're probably going to be back to Starground stuff. And actually, maybe we'll spend some time on Wednesday playing other people's games for the jam. Who knows? We'll see. But, yeah, that's going to be it, though. I'm going to keep grinding out stuff on this game. I think we have a really solid plan, though, for, like, what it's going to be, especially now that we have, like, the... you know, the cargo and the reward or the upgrades like fully worked out. So it's just a matter of implementing it. So I think it'll be not too bad. Probably going to be staying up pretty late today, working, trying to get everything finished, but yeah, that's fine. All right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Let's go find somebody to raid. Maybe somebody is working on their game. Let me just go look at the stream announcements. No one else put it in going live. But this person is working on the jam, I think. Oh, they're eating food right now. That's That's me when people eat food. Here, let's just sort by the D2Jam tag. Yeah, PJ, they're working on it.
Let's do a little pulley woolly.
Sure, let's raid them. All right, we're gonna raid PG Komai. I never know how to pronounce it because they're working on the D2Jam. So yeah, let's do that. Yeah, food sounds pretty good right now. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Wait, I can't raid? Oh. Did they just stop streaming? Didn't we have this issue before where I tried to raid them and it didn't work? Yeah, I think they have like some settings or something for their raid stuff that doesn't let me raid. So that's not gonna work. There's like no one I can raid. Yeah, let's snooze the ad. Well, I guess we're just gonna... Okay, they end around this time, yeah. Alright, guess we're gonna go raid somebody else that's not doing the jam. Who do we want to raid? Hypnotic is streaming. Why not? That's really my only option right now. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate it. I promise this will be the last goodbye message. All right. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Hopefully we can check out. I tried to raid them, but yeah, that's the person I wasn't able to raid. So I think they just have raids disabled. But yeah, we're going to go raid Hypnotic. So, okay. Bye, gamers. Yeah. Hopefully I can get this game good and ready to go. Hopefully it doesn't lag or something bad also. Yeah, we'll see. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.